Good morning everyone. I request everyone to please keep your phones in the silent mode and also don't touch the mics placed before you and avoid any movement during the inaugural session. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and officers and participants to the second annual conference of Divisional Officers. May I now request esteemed dignitaries to offer flowers to Lord Sri Jagannath to start the program. I request Shubham, DAG, to felicitate the guests. May I request everyone to kindly stand for Vande Utkala Janani.
Charu
seated. I now invite Shri D. Sahu, Principal Accountant General, A&D Odisha, to deliver welcome address. I request everyone to settle down quickly. Honorable CAG of India is joining the session shortly.
हाँ बुला लीजिए हाँ सर बुला लीजिए हाँ 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 सर आने के बाद हम लोग बोलेंगे ना ठीक 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 Good morning to all. I welcome Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Sri K. Sanjay Murthy ji. I welcome Madam Kirti Tiwari, Deputy CAG, Eastern Region. I welcome Sri Sanjeev Misra ji, Principal Secretary Finance, Government of Odisha. I welcome WAMIS Sadangi ji, Commissioner and Secretary Rural Development Department, Odisha, to this august gathering. And I also welcome all the distinguished senior officers from the Government of Odisha, Principal Secretaries, Engineers in Chief, Heads of Departments, Divisional Officers, Divisional Accounts Officers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to this Divisional Officers Conference being organized by the Office of Principal Accountant General, Accounts and Entitlements, Odisha. We are especially honored by the gracious presence of the Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Sir, your guidance and encouragement continue to inspire all of us in modernizing government accounting system and promoting financial discipline through the technology-driven reforms. Your participation and words of encouragement will go a very long way to help us in our commitment for good governance. You are also instrumental to provide Government of India assistance through the SASKI. Each state government will get around 200 crore in 4 different components for digitization, different areas of works accounts. This conference assumes special significance at a time when Odisha is moving steadily towards greater digitization of public financial systems. Initiatives such as WAMIS, electronic bill processing, system integration, digital vouchers, and online reconciliation are not merely technological upgrades, they represent a transformation in government's culture itself. The role of divisional officers and divisional accounts officers in this transformation is extremely important. You are the custodians of financial propriety at the field level. You convert policy into implementation. You ensure that public money reaches public purpose. Today's conference, therefore, is not only a review platform, but also a forum for sharing practical experiences, discussing implementation challenges, identifying systemic bottlenecks and evolving collaborative solutions. We particularly look forward to constructive discussion on strengthening WAMIS implementation across departments, improving integration with treasury and procurement system, ensuring timely submission and accounts of vouchers, enhancing data reliability and reducing manual interventions through end-to-end digitization. The success of any digital financial ecosystem ultimately depends not on software alone, but on coordination, ownership, and capacity building among all stakeholders. In this regard, I would like to place on record our appreciation for the efforts being made by various departments and divisions in adopting new systems and processes. We also acknowledge the large-scale transformation brings practical difficulties, and this conference is intended precisely to address those challenges. Collectively, I am confident that the deliberations today will further strengthen cooperation between the field formation and the Accountant General's office and will contribute significantly towards efficient, transparent, accountable public financial management in Odisha. With these words, I welcome everyone, and also we are very happy that Honorable Deputy CAG HR is also available with us. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for encouraging. And sir, I am happy to tell you that this program is being live telecasted through YouTube, and all our A&D officers are also watching these deliberations. Once again, I welcome all of you, sir. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It is a matter of great honor to invite Sri K. Sanjay Murthy, Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, to deliver the keynote address.
Morning, everyone. Deputy CAG, Mr. Subramanian, Deputy CAG, Kirti Tiwari, Madam, Principal Secretary, Finance, Mr. Mishra, Principal AG, A&E, Mr. Sahu, other key dignitaries on the dais at the venue, distinguished participants. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for conceiving such type of a program. I think it is not only timely, but absolutely essential in our journey towards greater transparency and efficiency. For all who are present here, I think we should understand the initiatives being undertaken by the CNAG over the last year on working with both state governments as well as in the union government to provide assistance as well as insights into better governance and adoption of IT systems. In that journey, we have closely worked with the Department of Expenditure and MeitY in the Government of India to see how best the databases of various applications being rolled out in respective state governments speak to each other for better decision making at the secretariat level or at the finance ministry level. Mr. Sahu had mentioned about the incentive scheme that SASKI was or has envisaged, which is available for all state governments to utilize if the respective integration happens before December of this year. With the presence of the Principal Secretary Finance, who is available today, Mr. Mishra, I would strongly urge you that this is not a small amount that needs, has to be tapped in by the government of Orissa. And we in the AG office, both at audit and accounts, as well as audit A&E, will work alongside with the state governments to see that we are well placed to leverage these funds. Now, Orissa has always taken a lead in implementation of these programs, and the implementation of WAMIS when I had visited last year itself was at a very advanced stage. We had taken many of the good practices that we observed here in the state of Orissa to highlight it to the other state governments in the country on the efficacy and potential that WAMIS has. I think your SI is CDAC, which is also a Ministry of Communications and IT's autonomous body, also working in many other states on a similar fashion. And therefore, we have used the learnings that we have understood that has happened with the rollout in Orissa to share with the other state governments also. We hope that Orissa will provide us the lead in furthering and spearheading this key initiative going forward. But the reason as to why this is important, everyone must have seen the amount of funding that is available in SASCI for infrastructure development. Each of the state governments has invested heavily on executing infrastructure projects, and invariably these infrastructure projects are executed by the works divisions in respective states by PWD, irrigation, public health, or forest departments. Now, while SASCI provides this funding pattern, there are many other avenues in which CapEx is being increased multifold. I mean, this is flowing right from the union government, but also each state government has, in the reports that we see, laid greater emphasis on faster and better implementation of capital infrastructure schemes. Now, if these schemes have to be leveraged to the maximum, greater efficiency in implementing these schemes, greater capacity of the entities who are executing this, that is the engineering vertical, the finance vertical, as well as the administrative vertical, all need to align themselves towards this direction. Now, realizing the need for better appreciation of the challenges that are occurring in the work sector, the CAG has already tied up with the Engineer Staff College of India, which is an autonomous body of the Institute of Engineers, with a premium institution which excels in capacity building as well as in standards in the engineering domain, to launch a course exclusively for the divisional accountants in the country. The first batch of this training will commence in Hyderabad from the 25th, I think, of this month. And divisional accountants of all over the country will be participating in the first batch, and there will be many more batches which will come to ensure that we are able to build capacities of this crucial cadre to work alongside with the executive engineers, superintendent engineers in fulfilling their responsibility. But to fulfill this responsibility, as you are aware, a proper IT platform and the recognition that inputs that they provide are meaningful for both transparency as well as timely execution of projects is a sine qua non for this successful implementation. I hope that with the deliberations that happen today, especially with the type of topics that have been delineated for discussion, I am sure these are the issues that will be brought forth to work upon to decide how best these applications not only work, but the role of divisional accountants in furthering this activity further. We in the CAG have adopted a data-led approach for audits going forward. While we are doing this at a national level, we are auditing the CPP portal as well as the GEM portal, where most of the work contracts, etc., are hosted, and therefore gives a better utilization of our resources, limited resources that we have in an audit of such a huge sector, which has an investment of around 12 lakh crores per year. This is not a small amount and needs to be audited effectively, not only for the pure compliance audit purposes, but also to bring about best practices that are happening all across the country. The better processes that each state government has adopted in leveraging not only technology, but individual processes for beating the time schedules, encouraging competition, and timely delivery of work contracts. Towards this end, we have another very major committee housed in the CNAG, chaired by an additional Deputy CAG. Currently, the ADI Railways chairs that procurement committee, wherein challenges of works audits, challenges of execution of works, these are issues which have been sieved out from many of our audit reports and posed to this committee for a guidance document for auditors, as well as to the Ministry of Finance in terms of recommendations for ease of doing work in this very crucial area. The Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure is very close to acting upon one of the key recommendations of this committee in reducing the timelines for putting up the works for information, RFP, till the time of allotment of works for these projects, such that key working days that are available for these works is reduced to the maximum. We will be supported by the Ministry of METI in this journey, and while we will do the initial pilots for the key ministries in the union government, I can assure you that these are eminently replicable in each of the state governments also. So therefore, I would strongly urge that the developments on this side are also everyone keeps abreast of this development, such that this transition for adoption of a single vendor system is also rolled out in all state governments for better and timely execution of these projects. The other aspect that I just need to put in context, that preparation of accounts is a very important matter, not only government accounts, but all accounts of PSUs or any other autonomous bodies also. And it is in this direction that we also are building capacities within the organization by tying up with ICI for an intensive, appropriate capacity building on INDAS and other appropriate standards to see that these are also properly enforced in the preparation of these accounts. So while we are on these journeys, we would like to work very closely with the state governments to see that this happens. We have got this ability under SASCI to work together more closely to deliver this. So we really keenly look forward for your cooperation and support in bringing about these changes in both the IT system as well as in our own processes and in building capacity all across the verticals for speedier development of this great country. Thank you, and wishing you all the very best in this great endeavor of yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address. I now invite our Chief Speaker, Srimati Amini Sarangi, Commissioner cum Secretary, Rural Development Department, Government of Odisha, to make a presentation on WAMIS journey in Odisha. Thank you.
Honorable CAG of India, Shri Sanjay Murthy sir, Deputy CAG Madam Kirti Tiwari, Principal AG Shri D. Sahu sir, Principal Secretary Finance Government of Odisha, Shri Sanjeev Mishra sir, senior officials from the Office of AG, senior officials from different departments of the state government, CDAC officials and divisional officials attending the divisional conference today. At the outset, I place on record my sincere thanks and gratitude for having invited me to this program today and giving an opportunity to present to you before the journey of WAMIS implementation in the state, as well as some key aspects of WAMIS that will be helpful for the other states also who are joining in today. Started more than a decade ago, WAMIS has been immensely useful in monitoring the progress of engineering projects in the state. Based on an integrated workflow engine, WAMIS has made progress tracking more easy and has removed or rather reduced many of the challenges that are faced in real-time tracking of progress of projects. Right. Now, the recent additional allocation of 200 crores that Sahu sir also mentioned that the state would be getting under SASCI purely for the implementation of WAMIS and its integration with other portals is a reflection of the state's commitment and CDAC's commitments towards transparency, more and more IT interventions. The CDAC team has been extremely supportive, and success of the WAMIS implementation in the state is largely attributed to them to a great extent. Over the next 15 to 20 minutes, I would present on what are the key aspects of WAMIS, how it changed the baseline, that is what was before and what is after. The 4 rights, like the right cost, right payment, etc., that WAMIS envisages, elimination of various silos that was done by WAMIS, and so on. The best part is about its ease of interoperability, which enables addition of other new additional modules also in WAMIS, as was done recently in the implementation of the GST recovery module in WAMIS for realizing past GST arrears from defaulting contractors. This was again a best case study scenario which was showcased, and we were asked to make a presentation before the GST National Coordination Committee under the Department of Revenue. So we'll start with the presentation. So as I was mentioning, what is baseline versus WAMIS? So before the implementation of WAMIS, the system architecture involved multiple departmental platforms that worked independently. They were in silos. But post-WAMIS, there is now an integrated workflow engine. So this has enabled and made progress tracking easier. Earlier, there was weak linkage between physical and financial progress, but now, like for example, from RD, when we review, we can always review with the correlation between what is the physical progress versus the financial progress, so that there is real-time synchronization. Initially, there used to be delayed reporting, because of which this audit readiness was not there, but now with end-to-end digital audit trail and automated AG schedule, so there is AG audit readiness always. Quality assurance, earlier the field checks were there earlier also, but now they were given a more structured, they have been given a more structured form. For state government schemes also, recently we have rolled out in RD department the 2-tier quality assurance scheme module, just simply on the line, just similar to the lines of PMGSY, where one level of quality is checked by the departmental officers, and the next one is by state quality monitors. The last point is extremely important. With the introduction of the contractor or the agency interface module, they also have a stake and they can also track the status of the payments, etc. And therefore, this has brought in more transparency. Next. So the WAMIS paradigm, as I was mentioning, it is engineered for the 4 rights. Right cost, because it is powered by e-estimate, and therefore because it is based on the detailed state's SOR, and therefore which is subsequently linked to technical sanctions. So there is an assurance that the estimates are right, and therefore right cost. Right payment, because it is integrated with IFMS, and recently we have also had an initial level discussion with teams from IFMS as well as Office of AG, so that we will now be also introducing e-voucher in the near future. So this is the voucher-based accounting, which is then aligned with the treasury allotments. Right execution, because it is integrated with EMB and therefore along with the contractor interface. So it ensures that the execution is in the right manner, and measurements, because it is done through EMB and it is geotagged. So there is an assurance that execution is right. And as I was mentioning about quality, that now with the introduction of the 2-tier quality assurance module, the quality aspect has also been taken care to a large extent. So all this has ensured discipline, because from estimate to measurement to billing to final payment, because it physically links the e-estimate to the EMB, and then it is subsequently connected to the bill. So it is structurally within the system not possible that payments are manipulated or quality checks are bypassed. So this has ensured transparency, efficiency, and trust with the contractors, because they can also check and track the status of the payments. Now this tells about, at a broad level or at a macro level, what are the modules and how it goes as I was mentioning, through a workflow sequence, which ensures that end-to-end governance pipeline for the state infrastructure. So initially, first is planning and budgeting. So if I now translate to how it actually works is, so first let's say we take in principle approval from the appropriate authority. So for example, in RD, we take it from Honorable Minister. Once that in principle approval is done, which means there is money and budget would be provided for that project. That is then followed by e-estimate and the approvals, administrative as well as the technical sanction, which is then followed by tendering in the JEPNIC portal. So we have also now made it mandatory that access, that floating of tender in e-JEPNIC will be through WAMIS, so that there is a record in WAMIS that that particular project has been tendered. If it is done independent of WAMIS, then one is not able to track as to after approval whether that project has been tendered, or whether even after tender how long has elapsed in processing of the tender and award of the contract. Subsequently, when work starts after the AOC, which is award of contract, the execution is done through EMB, measurements are done, which is followed by the quality inspections, and once things are all in shape, they fall in place, so then through billing and accounts, ultimately it leads to payment, and because of the end-to-end digital trail, audit readiness is there. Finally, once the project is completed, it is then converted to an asset which is geotagged. So overall, because of the single source of truth and because of this seamless, this continuous data flow, it is an integrated workflow engine. So as I was mentioning about the right cost, how it actually happens. So at the macro level, as I was mentioning, there is this budget management, which means at the time of in-principle approval itself, it is ensured that there is budget for this. Few years back, I've been told that sometimes it used to happen that field establishments would start some projects without approval from the department, and once then for the subsequent year, there used to be issues in allocation of funds. Now that is ruled out by this mechanism. So therefore, at the macro level, if we see the demand for grant, subsequently followed by budget sanction allocation, if during the year, let's say around October, some surrender or reallocation is needed, and because it is seamlessly integrated with WAMIS, so real-time allotment tracking is there. At the micro level, how this e-estimate based on the state's SOR, based on that estimates are prepared, and accordingly technical sanction is done. Right execution, so here we see on the left side, the departmental side, the right side is the contractor interface. So at the departmental portal, at the departmental side, it's not right to exactly say departmental portal, the departmental interface. So we have administrative approval captured in WAMIS, technical sanction, e-tendering as I said in the e-procurement portal only, and we have made it mandatory in the RD department to ensure that tenders are floated by going to JEPNIC through WAMIS only, so that there is a reference record maintained in WAMIS of the tendering, when the schedule of tendering which was followed, and the details of the contractors are pulled out from the CDMS, the Contractor Database Management System, which is maintained by the Works Department. So then there is this is then integrated with the contractor interface, where the contractor or the agency can track their bill submission, their payment, their measurement, whether it has taken place or not, payment status. They can also know about the deductions that have been done, and if in case of any issues, they can raise queries. Now we have, since the month of January, we have also made it mandatory that all requests for EOT, etc. by the contractors would also be entered by them in WAMIS itself, so that it will cut down on delays, bureaucratic or administrative delays at the level of the field establishments or at the department level. So overall, this then drives ease of doing business and opacity is reduced. This is about the right measurement because it is through EMV. So first, the measurement is geotagged. There is a timestamp to it, so therefore, it cannot be then tampered with. There is a particular hierarchy from JE at the section level to subdivision, which is manned by the AEE, and then the division, which is manned by executive or superintending engineer in the case of RD. So there is a sequential verification to it, after which then finally payment is released through automated payment processing. So because physical measurement is then connected and hard-coded with the billing, and therefore it is the possibility of tampering or manipulation is eliminated. Quality, as I was mentioning, that two-tier quality module, the quality module had been earlier developed. We have recently rolled out in the RD department for all state government schemes for taking cue from PMGSY. So the first tier quality routine checks are done by the field establishments, departmental engineers, which is then followed by the state quality monitors. So the schedule of the quality checks and the particular, for example, for an ongoing project, there would be minimum 3 checks by the state quality monitors, etc. So that is all then built in the system. So this provides a rigorous oversight. Right payment, as again I was mentioning that after the bill is generated, the running RA and then subsequently final payment, it is then converted to voucher, cash management, cash book management, and monthly account submission, that is submission to AG. It was because it was made mandatory by Office of AG that a reconciliation of accounts would be done only if it is, the department is using WAMIS, has actually helped in ensuring this discipline and implementation of WAMIS across all the engineering departments. So therefore this, as I was mentioning earlier also, this ensures audit readiness. So now WAMIS itself is integrated with multiple other interfaces, and therefore this eliminates silos. So at the top end we can see it is integrated with Treasury or IFMS, the module. So there is a bi-directional flow on information related to payments and allotments. It is integrated with JEPNIC, the e-procurement portal for floating tenders, and again there is a bi-directional flow. So information from WAMIS goes on the project ID, which project has gone for tendering, and once the tender is processed and award of contract is done in the e-procurement portal, the information comes back to WAMIS. CDMS, again there is a bidirectional flow. Details of contractors are taken from CDMS. On the left side we see it is for monthly accounts reconciliation, it is integrated with the AG's module. It is again integrated with sectoral specific modules like for DMF or NABARD, etc. And because it is geotagged, there is bidirectional flow for mapping of assets to GIS. And very recently, we have also taken up the integration of WAMIS with PM Gati Shakti, so that information from WAMIS can be placed before PM Gati Shakti for uniform and for one place of monitoring. So this is on real-time visibility. What are the MIS? So on the first block, we see financial telemetry, which means what is the allotment vis-a-vis, what has been the expenditure progress of the projects. Then it is linked with the physical progress. I remember when we were in the districts, I was posted in the districts in my initial days, many times at the block level. So what would be reported as physical progress does not match with financial progress, because most of it is not, sometimes the data is not also updated, or there is a tendency of inflating the progress. But with WAMIS, this is ruled out. And QMS inspection status, as I was mentioning about the two-tier quality assurance. So there is a drill down capability to go down from the macro level to the micro level project reality. So as it is, there is GIS integration based on spatial asset management. So therefore every work is geotagged. Once a project is closed, it is converted to asset. Many departments, for example in RD, because RD has been in the forefront in implementation of WAMIS, so conversion of completed project to assets is higher in RD than other departments, but other departments are also in the process, and this is being monitored in the government at the highest level also. So because of this integration, so the infrastructure data is mapped onto the state's GIS systems. Next is these are the departments that have onboarded in WAMIS. So most of the engineering departments are there. They are at different levels. Rural development works, water resources, Panchayati Raj for their drinking water projects, which was earlier the RWSS department. So all their like mega pipe water supply projects are essentially being monitored on WAMIS. HNDUD, for the WATCO projects, they are being administered in WAMIS. Forest Department has also recently been onboarded, Commerce and Transport, Fishery, and Odisha Mining Corporation. OBCC has also initiated steps for implementation of WAMIS. At the national level, these are the states where, so in Odisha it is fully operational. It has been implemented in Jharkhand and Tripura. Maharashtra was one of the initial states where it was adopted, and these Bihar, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh are in the rollout stage. So because it is highly scalable, interoperable, so it can capture, so it is easier and it can capture multiple state system, basically departments. In fact, in the same instance, if a new department, let's say SCST department wants to get onboarded into WAMIS, so it's not that they have to take another specific space or storage, because it is hosted on the state data center. It is just that separate set of tables in the backend are created for that particular, data, not tables are created. Data is distinguished in the backend based on the demand number or this particular department. So it is very easier for implementation and doesn't require very extensive customizing. So this is the last but one slide. So some recommendation for new states that or the UTs who want to come into it. First, from the experience that has been gained in the state, first should be that implementation of some of the core modules like e-estimate, e-MB, accounts, reconciliation of accounts with the state's AG. Next would be to connect it with the other interfaces systems in the state like JEPNIC or IFMS. And then the third step would be to implement the contractor interface module so that the agencies also have an interface and they're able to monitor and track their status of various payments or requests or issues online. So that's all from my side. I again thank Sahu sir for having given this opportunity to present this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. May I invite Shri K.S. Subramanian, Deputy CAG HR, to kindly address the gathering.
Respected CAG, respected Deputy CAG Ms. Kirti Tiwari, senior officials from the state government, principal AGs, other members on the dais, and other dignitaries. Good morning to all of you. I think this is a great initiative taken by the principal AG A&D to get all the stakeholders at one forum to discuss about WAMIS implementation and to also discuss about various issues relating to the divisional accountants cadre. I think after the CAG has taken over, CAG has given a lot of importance to capacity building in the organization, both within the organization and also capacity building of the divisional accountants cadre. I think CAG had just indicated that the first training program with the Engineering Staff College of India would be implemented between the 25th and 29th of this month, and 45 division accountants would be trained, and this would be followed by serious other training programs continuously during the year. CAG has also been giving a lot of importance to digitization within the department, as well as encouraging the government also to take up digitization, because leveraging technology to carry out the database audit can be possible only if the government departments are digitized in the first place. So CAG has been encouraging all the accountants general to take up with the state governments to digitize their various systems. And I think from our experience, from whatever we have learned, I think Orissa has really been a front runner in this. And I think we are extremely impressed by the presentation made by the Secretary just now on what all has been achieved with WAMIS, how it has been integrated with various other systems, and clearly the roadmap for other states to follow. I think these are very good learning from the state, I think which the others also who are participating in this program can take forward. Once again, I wish, convey my best wishes to everyone participating in this training program. Thank you.
Just 1 second. I mean, if Yamini, you could just expand on that NABARD and DMF. How did you go about it? How did you integrate these, separate entities in this? This is something unique. I haven't seen this anywhere. Can you just expand on that, please?
Sir, regarding this, for example, projects funded by NABARD under RIDF. So the state has a separate RIDF portal. So we have integrated with them. Ultimately, we monitor the projects here. That is how the integration with NABARD is there. Again, for DMF, the state has then rolled out another portal. So the information on various projects that are taken up on deposit basis by RD are also then fed to the DMF system so that they are able to monitor what all projects were taken up under DMF, sir.
So work has been entrusted to Works Department under DMF. That also would come through this?
Yes, sir. So, for example, let's say like RD has been entrusted a work, so it has implemented it and administered it in WAMIS, so that information will go there. Similarly, Works Department has been given a work and they are administering it on WAMIS, so it will go to the DMF system, sir.
So, I mean, did the state government pass a general GO or something for this? How did this transition happen?
Sir, RIDF portal, if I remember, 1.5 or 2 years back it was done. So from finance department it was mentioned that they have to enter the projects in RIDF, but RIDF will capture the details at a macro level as to what was the project, how much expenditure has been made, but the micro level details on whether it has been tendered or AOC has been done or what is the percentage, or if there are any issues, that can be captured on WAMIS, sir.
Excellent. Mr. Sahu, kindly document this well for us to share with other state governments also, this entire life cycle of how they have been able to do this. Please capture this well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Ms. Kirti Tiwari, Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, Eastern Region, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to participate in this Divisional Officers Conference, which is crucial as it brings together the technical execution and financial management aspects that ultimately determine the success of public works. A project's success lies not only in its completion, but also in its economy, transparency, accountability, and proper financial context. Further, in today's rapidly changing government systems, citizens expect faster delivery, greater transparency, and more efficient use of public resources. Consequently, the role of divisional level officers becomes increasingly important. This conference is not merely about accounts and procedures. It is about improving coordination, removing bottlenecks, sharing field-level experiences, and learning from one another. Each department and division faces practical challenges, such as handling large volumes of works, adapting to digital systems, maintaining timelines, ensuring compliance, and balancing execution with accountability. Forums like this provide an opportunity to openly discuss these challenges and collectively find solutions. I am confident that today's deliberations will be meaningful, practical, and solution-oriented. I also hope they will further strengthen the spirit of teamwork among engineering, administrative, and accounts functions. Before concluding, I congratulate the Office of the Accountant General Odisha for organizing this significant conference and bringing together officers from various departments on a common platform. I wish the conference great success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Shri Sanjeev Kumar Mishra, Principal Secretary, Finance Department, Government of Odisha, to address the conference.
Good morning to everybody. Sri K. Sanjay Murthy, Honorable CAG of India, distinguished chief guest at this second annual conference of the divisional officers, executive engineers and divisional accountant officer, Honorable Deputy CAG HR, Mr. Subramaniam, Honorable Deputy CAG Eastern Region, Ms. Kirti Tiwari, Principal AG A&E Sinabandhu Sahu, Principal AG Mr. Subbu, and the AG, distinguished AG of the dais, Ms. Amini, my colleague, Commissioner City GST in Finance Department, as well as Commissioner cum Secretary of RD Department, Siddhinabandhu Sahu, and his colleagues here, Mr. Balakrishna, Deputy AG, distinguished senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud privilege to make a presentation where Honorable CAG himself is present. I am very, very thankful and grateful for his kind attention and seeing that he is taking keen observations. Thank you, sir. Now coming to I have been asked that what is the IT scenario and what all we have been doing from the finance department side. So long back, this finance department, in fact, I was also posted as joint secretary in 2004-05. I remember that that's the time when Odisha was really struggling. Almost 360 days out of 365 days, we had wage and means problems and several issues. The role of the finance department was somehow to arrange the salary payment in time. And that's when all, it all happens, as Honorable Prime Minister says, either reform, perform, or don't do anything and perish, So that is the system. I recall that how the finance department, and we had excellent officer, Dr. U. Sarachandran, then, Jugal Mahapatra, and many state level finance officers, they came together and we started this information technology journey. And that is really wonderful. Of course, the Government of India then did the state-wide area connectivity And eventually, when we didn't have money, it is easy to dream, but we had no money. But then this journey started, and now we are at a situation where we have implemented several projects thanks to Government of India's, help, like OSWAN, BharatNet, Odisha State Data Center is part of OSWAN, then many other, at the field level, these service center model that also started in Odisha, long back. Even I remember my district collector days when, IT ministry then had started to make this kind of kiosk, centers where all e-services will be given forms. Way back then in Ganjam, we had started in 2002 itself. We had 48 centers and lots of simple forms for doing their offices in revenue department, in RTO offices, they could do from different blocks and tahsils. So a lot of work has taken place. Similarly, the IFMS is also one model where we are now entering the third phase. So all these things are going on, but one of the issues which, since Honorable CAG of India is hearing us, I would also say, sir, one of the issues which a big challenge in Odisha now we are facing is on the cyber security. The cyber security issues of all these software system is now going to have a primary focus. I'm sure that with your leadership and in Government of India, MeitY, they must be taking cognizance of these issues. Recently, we have had several cases of public officials themselves managing to take out money, in a fraudulent manner, and we have had several cases. This started predominantly during the COVID years, as we started working offline. So the monitoring system at the physical level somehow was perhaps reduced. So this is a challenge which we now in the setup of our integrated finance management system, now the, initially I think it was done by CSC, and now it is being done by TCS. They did IFMS 2 and IFMS 3. IFMS 1 was done from an old that company. So the IFMS 3, we have asked them to make a zero-based trust system. This is an architecture which is very new. We have asked them that you cannot have any trust on anybody, even if he is the administrator or the principal secretary of finance. Lot of patterns recognition has to be done. AI, artificial intelligence, has to be used. So suppose I am, suppose the treasury officer is logging out at home at night. So the system should automatically, question how is this official accessing this at night, because normally he is supposed to access during the daytime, and he does. So a lot of these systematic improvements are necessary to prevent the cyber, external agencies, once they come to know the fraudulent groups, there will have a serious problem. So we also have in various system, we had started a very new this thing, that e-measurement book and this kind of a system. Then later on, a company like CDAC, obviously they came into, and I'm happy that they are here. They have done a yeoman contribution in electronic sector, and even in the IT sector, I was very pleased to hear this. So we have to somehow nurture them and make incremental progress. The IT systems, one can dream, but eventually what we have seen that if you work over the years, then only the results start coming. Then the challenges come as the literacy grows and the people come to know different ways to commit this kind of fraud. So we have to take these challenges. How do you ensure this in a system now in a measurement book? We saw that how we are in the WAMIS system, from the field, you have to record and you have to necessarily geotag, timestamp and all, and then the inputs should go. So earlier days, measurement book in some way were started in some few department. I remember in STSC department also, we had started with a small farm they had done. But that measurement book was again to be filled up by the concerned engineering officials. So later on, it was found that that was also being manipulated. So what can be manipulated in the paper can also be manipulated in the electronic world, perhaps more easier than you think. Therefore, I am happy that in WAMIS, as Amini stated, that from the geotag information they take into the measurement book. And similarly, the two-way verification system, we have the special quality monitors, they go, they give their reports, so that comes into the system. So you have to see that at every point you are putting some kind of a checking mechanism. Like here they have two checks. Already you are picking up from the ground and from the GIS-based stamping system. So what is the need of, one can ask the quality monitors. But yes, you need it. In the physical world and electronic world must go together. So this is what is an excellent idea which has now come into the SASCI platform. And we assure, sir, the 200 crores and on money we are obviously we are not, although we are fiscal surplus, but a lot of welfare programs are going on. Our fiscal surplus is is getting dragged now. So we are very sincere in getting this money. And the friends, the divisional account officer and executive engineers who are here, I must tell you that Government of India has increased the SASCI to almost 2 lakh crores. It's 25,000 crores for northeastern states, I think, and 1.75 for others. So at least we are trying to get 7,000 crores plus this year. Last year we could manage only 3,000 crores. It's a fully competitive regime. You have to work hard and get your approvals and get your expenditure quickly. So the expenditure here, we have made a very seamless system. How we can do that, that is very important. The SASCI guidelines have been modified. It's not that the on-tied person has reduced. A lot of reforms have been built in. So we have to go on on the way of reforms. So it's a very, very high investment that we are going to build. And this is very important. You must be auditing the other aspects. But as Honorable CAG had stated, the 12 lakh crore is the infrastructure spending investment by the government itself. And in Odisha, we have provisioned about 71,000 crores. We are having fall in revenues, but at least we are confident to spend about 50,000 crores this year. So the that last year we did about 44,000. So at least 10, 12, 13% jump this year. Now this one element of that is this was not happening 10 years back. So how do you build trust? So this is one good thing, WAMIS, which Amini pointed out. And in the here I also heard that trust is important. So how do you build trust? This is one of the it is called in different names social capital. You need physical capital and different types of capital. Now the trust also is a kind of social capital, and it is very, very important. This trust comes on this transparency. Now the contractor himself can see that this is where my payment is pending. Where else, in 10 years, 20 years back, if you say this thing that, contractor will have access to your details where file is pending, it will be a kind of heresy. How can this be happen? But this is what the modern systems are. This is what the progress is. He is our partner in progress. You can't just believe that all contractors are, dishonest. The system is always built on honesty. For honest people to do honest work and live with, dignity. So if anybody who wants to be a contractor should feel proud. Yes, this is my problem. Government is not going to delay. I have all the data. So this is a very, very important thing which this system brings out. I would end with this. I would go through the presentation. I would request Deputy AG and Principal AG, Mr. Dinabandhu Sahu, who has been very, very, I must say that encouraging to all of us in the finance department, coming to finance department, briefing our officers and motivating them while catching the culprits, but mentioning that, it is not that we are going to catch. How do you prevent? So this is what I wish that our participation in Odisha between Finance Department and the CAG office, and now we have the, great this thing of Deputy CAG Eastern Region now coming into. I would request ma'am to also guide us in various ways. Thank you all, thank you for inviting me. Thank you, sirs.
Hello. Sir, before we conclude the inaugural session, sir, I would like to submit few points, sir. We have done capacity building for WAMIS for about 7 states already, sir. And all assistant conservator of forest in Odisha have been trained in WAMIS, sir. And we recently concluded. Then we have created an exclusive conference hall for WAMIS, sir, so that anybody from any state can come and get training from us. And we are also, sir, ready to host the All India Conference on WAMIS as and when headquarters want us to do, sir. This beautiful hall, the State Convention Center, sir, which has around 400 capacity, sir, has been given by the Finance Department, sir. And whatever work we want to do in Odisha, the Finance Department, Director of Treasury and Inspection, and all Principal Secretaries and HODs are helping us in a great way, sir. Thank you very much, sir. This is what I wanted to submit, sir.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished officers, ladies and gentlemen, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri K. Sanjay Murthy, Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India. I sincerely thank our guest of honor, Sri K. Subramanian, DIHR, Ms. Kirti Tiwari, Deputy CAG Eastern Region, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Mishra, Finance Secretary, Government of Odisha, for their valuable guidance. I convey our heartfelt thanks to our Chief Speaker, Srimati Amini Sarangi, for her presentation. I place on record our appreciation to Sri D. Sahu, Principal AG Accounts, for his leadership and support. I also thank Director General Eastern Region KP Anand, Principal AG Audit 1 Subbu R, AG Audit 2 Atul Prakash, and all other officers and participants and the organizing team for making this program a success. Thank you, everyone. This concludes the inaugural session. We now break for tea. The technical sessions will commence in 15 minutes. I request all of you to attend shortly. Thank you.
WAMIS and transformation of WAMIS for e-audit. Now I request Samarendra Biswal sir to take the session.
Good afternoon, respected CAG of India, respected Deputy CAG, respected Principal AG Odisha, and all senior dignitaries present here. I first thank behalf of CDAC to invite us for joining this event and give us an opportunity to present two topics. One is upcoming development in WAMIS, and second will be the digital audit, how it is possible through WAMIS. So we'll start with the upcoming initiative, which will be going to be in WAMIS. So as in the today's morning session, Principal Secretary RD Madam has briefed a detailed presentation about WAMIS, how the system is already integrated and deliver as per the requirement of the departments. Now, WAMIS is already integrated with tender e-procurement, state treasury system, and AG, the measure. However, there are some modules are there like estimate, billing, MB. So these are also interlinked. Now there are some improvements within these modules are also suggested, and some new integrations has been planned. So till now, based on this integration and the usage of WAMIS, we have achieved real-time governance, somehow paperless operations, audit readiness. Now we can do the audit also through the system, and inter-department integrations. So many integrations already briefed by Principal Secretary RD Madam, data-driven monitoring and infrastructure intelligence. Now what are the new things are coming up? So first is agency interface integration. So we have already onboarded the agencies which are registered in the CDMS. Now there are many agencies, they are not registered in the CDMS, but they work with the department. They are raising their bills. They want to monitor their work progress. For onboarding them, we are planning to have a interface to them also. For that, it might happen that they may be onboarded with the CDMS software, or we'll give them a provision to register themselves in WAMIS to generate a login ID and password, because they are registered or they are currently entered individually within the divisions. So maybe their details are different in different divisions. So to make them onboarded them in WAMIS, we have to make them create the username and password for them and verify the details so that the duplication will not happen. So in that case, it might happen that we'll give a provision to the government officials so that they can register their agencies which are not there in CDMS. They will enter their basic detail and verify that. Once they verify the details, that agency will get the login credential, and after that they can get the access like the CDMS contractors, and they will raise their bills and they can check their work progress, everything. So this is the two path. One will be the department end, they will register the agencies or verify the agencies so that duplicacy of the agencies will not happen. And second, they will get the provision, the contractors, where they can get onboarded and do the basic works what the CDMS contractors are doing. Quality monitoring system, we have just achieved a web-based quality monitoring system. So in that case, we are just taking the basic information, particularly majorly on the road works. Now for the building, water resource works, water supply works, and other type of works, how the quality monitoring can happen, that need to be emphasized. Those things will be onboarded in WAMIS. In PMJC, only road and building and bridges, road and bridges, this type of works quality monitoring provision is there. But in WAMIS, we'll provide the different nature of works executed by the various departments. So all type of works, quality parameter will be given, and based on that, the monitoring detail will be recorded in WAMIS. One level will be given at the our departmental officials or the section officers. They will monitor the details, and second will be the third party or the independent agencies. The two-tier monitoring will be there, and once the system stabilizes, we are planning for going for a mobile app, like in PMJC. So through mobile app, you can go to the site and you can monitor the quality parameter and upload the details from there itself to the system. So that will be done at one level, and further independent verification can be happen by the state SQMs. So these are the sample things are given here. Geotag upload, verification logs, remote site monitoring, live inspection tracking. These are the things will be possible in near future. So we are planning, we are working with the department to how to take the details and what are the parameters will be there and what is the mandatory parameter need to be verified. Those things will be captured in the next page. Automated GST attachment. GST attachment model you might aware of. It was taken a little pause during this March time, but now it is again put to use. So here the attachment details will be uploaded by the commercial tax officers, and once the attachment is uploaded, the automatic deduction of the GST from the bills will be done. The contractor might work in any division. So when the next bill will come, the attachment amount, if it is less than the bill amount, then whole amount will be deducted after previous deduction of the statutory deductions. Then the remaining amount will be linked to the next bills. And in the meantime, if he has filed the details, everything, the provision is given with the tax officers. They can upload the details so that no further deduction will be made. Now, utilization certificate. Generally, it is now done manually, but it is planned now utilization certificate also will be generated from the system, both for the regular work as well as for the deposit work. Based on the percentage work completed, how much expenditure made, we are emphasizing a standard format with the department. Based on that, the utilization certificate will be generated automatically from the system. It will be digitally signed by the respective authorities and shared with the agencies. LC is not used, but it can call fund requisition model. So now what happened, for the planned work, controlling office generally gives the allotment on the plan work, and for the non-plan expenditure works or for the maintenance repair works, generally the DDO, they are bifurcating the allotment at their login. But for the plan expenditure, as it is directly now entered by the controlling office, it is now thought of that the requisition will be come from the DDO. So it will come through the circle office. They will compile the requisition and they will forward it to the controlling office. Once the controlling office get the details from the division, they will just alert what is the allotment to be given on the individual work. So that is also in the plan. So division level, that will be found, requisition will be placed, and subsequently it will be linked with the surrender, reappropriation, all the things so that it should not exceed the actual head-wise value. The workflow will be there. Now EPC payment. Now this is also a gray area in Orissa. We have not developed the EPC contract in WAMIS till now, but we have getting input from the different officials, how the EPC contract is made or schedule H payment is made. So as this is different from the regular bill of quantity based payment, so provision of entering the schedule H during the agreement will be provided. Based on the schedule H, when the bill will be prepared, the schedule H based, you will enter the details, measurement details or MB details, and the payment will be made. But when the schedule H revised, the revision of schedule H, that will be also there in the system. So currently there is no schedule H or there is no revision of schedule H. So what division generally follow, they take that the total quantity as 1, then they use 0.2 as 20% and then make the payment. So that things will be not there required. The actual schedule H base recording and their payment, that will be done. Now, I'll go through the digital audit in detail in the next presentations, but as WAMIS cover entire life cycle of the work. So it's from the inception, means for the estimation. With the estimation, we are also taking the survey and investigation, DPR, everything. From there itself, the audit wing, they can get the access and they can monitor that all the processes are followed as per the codal provision or not, or there is any deviation. And during this audit, it is not only helpful for the audit wing, it will be helpful to the DDOs. How? That if there is any deviation or any set of rule is deviated, so based on some parameter queries, those will be notified to the officers. So the divisions will know that, okay, these are the major deviation happen. Suppose there is a work to be commenced within the 15 days of the agreement. Whether it is started or not, this is just an example. I am not the exact authority to say this, but this is an example. So if any division has any deviation that after 15 days, suppose 10 or 15 works, there no information is there. So in that case, system will prompt to the officers that there is a division, and same things will be also notified at the auditor ends also. So both team can work parallelly. So instead of on post facto auditing, now every process simultaneously it has some audit queries and it can be notified at the appropriate level so that the auditing can happen at the real time basis. Now for e-voucher, it is talked, I think from last 6 months, we have a discussion with AG officials, department officials to make it happen in WAMIS itself. So we are happy to say that it almost finalized the mechanism. By 30th of this month, the mechanism will be signed off at the department level, how the audit means the digital voucher will be prepared. So we have already talked with DAG officials. One DAG official is leading this activity with the state treasury officials and department officials. So mechanism for e-audit almost finalized. So this is going to be put to use, and I think this is going to be done within 3 months' time. The digital audit will be there in WAMIS. Then there is a need of the feedback management system. Now feedback you are generally sending us by mail or by WhatsApp, or you are calling our team which are stationed in Bhubaneswar. But we are giving a facility now, we are developing it, that the complaint or your feedback and suggestion can be given through the WAMIS system itself. In your login, there will be a system will be given where you can log your feedback details. and that feedback details will be answered and it will be recorded in the system itself. So in future, we are planning with the department that like PMJSI, Meri Sadak Aap, so similar concept can be emphasized where citizens can maybe given interface and they can also give feedback on any road, building, bridges which has done, and based on that the tracking and monitoring can happen. So that is also in plan. WAMIS is already implemented in 9 departments in Odisha, and Odisha Mining Corporation is already on board. WATCO is already, the implementation is progress. Now Police Housing Corporation and OBCC, these are the new corporations which are approached us, and we have started implementation in that corporation also. So in future, many more corporations will be onboarded in WAMIS. So for that corporation level entry and for facilitating them, some customization are required that are also planned, and that will be done in near future. Now some more integrations are coming up. One is WAMIS with the PM Gati Shakti and WAMIS with the state systems. Some department have their own systems already placed. They required to generate MIS data. So for that, the information required from WAMIS will be shared. So one will be UPMS, which is maintained by the Urban and Housing Development Department. So for that department, the required information will be provided. And we are also planning to integrate WAMIS with the PM Gati Shakti where appropriate and possible. So that on a single system, you can monitor all the details. One more requirement come, we have not detailed study of that thing. That is the integration with the SNS first, but there is a GIST system, just-in-time system. So integration with the just-in-time system will happen soon. It is a requirement from finance department. So we are studying the modalities, how it happen. So once it is done, the WAMIS will be again put to use for the just-in-time. Now, for PM Gati Shakti, this structure is just envisaged, and it will be done in near future. We have already integrated with the state GIS system, asset management system. So many divisions are already start to use and map their asset details in WAMIS. Soon the same will be extended for PM Gati Shakti. So key benefit with this integration and new enhancement, but these are not only the limited enhancement plan in WAMIS. There will be many more will become. We are open for all new integration. These are only the indicative enhancements. So through these enhancements, we'll achieve the more enhanced real-time monitoring, audit readiness, accelerated approval and sanction. Now most of our approvals, extended time, deviations, administrative approval, technical sanction, everything now is in workflow based in WAMIS. So if any more process required to be envisaged, that will be done. So data-driven decision will be made and optimization fund management. So these are the benefits will be through this new enhancements. So this transformation will be benefited that from manual and physical audit will move to the digital or remote and faceless audit. So for the audit, generally the audit team visit to the division and they search your documents. Few information they get from the WAMIS, maybe for few they require the information from your manual bookkeeping. So now we are planning that most of the things will be taken through WAMIS itself. Physical paper trails, we are now real-time immutable digital records we are maintaining. delay and offline approvals. We don't know that where the, initially that where the bill is pending or where the approval details are pending. Now everything is in the system. You can track that where the information lies. Then limited fragmented visibility was there. Now it is intelligent, predictive, and governance. So beside that, we are also planning that we will embed some AI features for the your monitoring and for your ease of use. So those things are that AI-based anomalies detections, so that if any anomalies in the tender or in the preparation of the estimate, that things will be based on this AI features that can be find out. Predictive project monitoring, that is also in plan. So we are discussing with the departments how to go about this. AI audit assistance, so that AI-based the auditing team can get the informations and they can target those areas where the process required improvements. Advanced GIS and intelligence drone integrations. Suppose through the field monitoring, it's not possible every time to go and monitor. So in that case, if possible, through drone, we can also monitor and check. And deep and analytics predictive dashboard, that is a very near feasibility. We'll try to get it done. Then mobile governance exceptions. So through mobile, you can deliver your services. So how much it is possible, we'll evaluate with the department officials and make it done. So there are few challenges are there for achieving all things. One is the change management training. So we are planning rigorous training. Department also and AG also himself proactively providing training to the new onboarded members, as well as they are providing trainings to the other state users. So similarly, we are trying to expand our team now. Instead of now, we have 6 people. Now we are expanding almost double our capacity. So department has given the approvals. So that will also helpful for you to operate and contact our engineers. Integration and data. So for this is a challenge because as we are ready to do the integration, but it is required that the other system engineers or the other vendor, they need to be sync with us, or they should be ready to cooperate and give the details in the time. So that is also a challenge. If that done, all integration can be happen time by time. And today in the morning meeting, our Principal Secretary Finance has emphasized that cybersecurity and connectivity is a challenge. So that he is working on to how to make it more reliable. And from application side, we ensure you that we make our system robust and secure. So thank you. That is the first presentation from our side. Now the second presentation is the digital audit through WAMIS. So it's a concept which from our limited knowledge we have prepared. So I'm presenting that. Any suggestion further on that, you can give us. So what is the need of this digital audit? Transforming the audit from the post-facto inspection to the real-time governance. So auditing, our AG auditing generally conduct the audit. They must have plan for the audit, and they have quite trained and highly skilled officials who do the audit at the division level. So they do the audit also process level of the WAMIS system itself also, and also do the audit at the division's work progresses. So to onboard them and the process, we have planned. So this is the existing challenge, that generally during the audit identify the issues long after the financial transactions has been completed, turning governance into purely punitive and post-facto exercise rather than a corrective one. So it might happen that the divisions has they have skipped the process, or they have by mistakes has some process has not followed. So they don't know actually it happened or it has been pending from since the previous officer was there. So for that, the system will give you alert that what are the things or what is the audit areas which are there and not comply with the procedures defined by the AG auditing. Then second, when they do the audit, the evidence are scattered across the disparate physical records and isolated software system, leading delays in the verification and over-reliance on manual controls. So then they do the audit. Suppose the integration between eProc and WAMIS is not there. So in that case, the bill of quantity prepared in WAMIS is separate and the bill of quantity uploaded in the eProc is separate. So that they have to verify the two system and then get the information that this might be the issue. So in the, while integrated system in WAMIS, they can get the information at a single place. And this information also can be notified to the divisions that there is some issue or anomalies found in this record. And the third point, which is also a painful area, that is the tracking response is heavily manual and resulting prolonged dependency of the audit paras and lack of accountability at the implementing agency level. So the agency levels, the compliance of the para generally pending for a longer time, and it might happen that sometimes the communications is not proper between the auditing and the divisions. So to eradicate that, this digital audit through WAMIS might help to remove these issues. So if you see this table formats, that timing, post traditional method, it is a post-pass inspection, and if in the proposed WAMIS infra, it will be continuous assurance during the execution. So from the beginning, from the estimation stage or from your that DPR or survey and investigation, if it is not done or if there is the report is now missing, so this will be notified to the divisions as well as auditing, so that instead of overlooking, the division will be proactively comply the details. So this is a post-mortem inspection. Then data gathering, then only manual fragmented collection, here system generated and tamper-proof. So it will be read-only mode. Selection logic, then only random and manual sampling basis the audit is done. Here we can do it parameter-driven, risk-based targeting, which is the risk area based on the set of queries we can identify and we can find out that these areas can be targeted. Compliance, prolonged dependency and lost physical files. Sometimes physical file is not available, division not responded or officials is not there. So in that case, it will be SLA and strictly automated workflow that the audit report will be shared through proper channel after it is verified at the AG level, and once it is to the divisions, it will be through the proper mechanism it will come, and if it required escalation also through the system, it can be escalated to the higher authorities. The final end goal will be, instead of finding faults, it should be preventive governance and system accountability. So that will be the main motto for this digital audit. So the audit life cycle will start from the very beginning, that is from the estimate preparation, and in the estimate also, procedure technical checks will be there, including your DPR, survey and investigations, your other documents which are required. In tender also, tender and award page also, the auditing will be there, where timeline deviations, single bid flags, everything will be there in the system. So it will be notified to the concerned DDO as well as to the auditing. Execution and monitoring. Under the execution monitoring, it comes the EMB, your bill of quantity, deviations, extra items, whatever the things are there, that will be all comes under the executions. So if any approval or not taken for the deviation, extra item is pending, time extension is not there. That will be, you can find out for in this work, these are the probable anomalies are there, you require action on this. Under billing, financial anomaly, royalty deduction, or you have the GST royalty or any other deduction is not done properly, then that will be also flagged. It might, the system will flag. You have to verify if it is okay, go ahead. Otherwise, you can make the necessary correction through the proper. So, for this audit, we'll take the information from all the integrated framework. It's from the EMB, GIS system, your billing model, from the treasury, when the bill is passed, what is the amount passed, if any duplication payment is happened, all the information will come, the IFMS. And in the tender module, your bill of quantity, your schedulers detail, as per your WAMIS, what is your schedulers detail as a tender, whom you get the agreement, what is the percentage deviations, all those things will become, and the single source of truth. Then, instead of audit, this is manual or based on some preset parameter. Now the risk-based audit planning or selection can be done. So random sampling of data-driven parameter based on targeting, like a random satisfied judgmental operation that would be available. We have already given a facility to sample, voucher sampling facility to the AG office, Puri. They are doing that. So if any further modification required, we will give the details to them. And based on that, these are some sample parameters have been given, like value filter, that what is the work value. Suppose that they want to audit the values greater than some crores, 2 crores, 3 crores, then that based on that, that can be done. Then what, if any time overrun is there, that as per the agreement, it is the 4-year works, but now it is not till not completed. So what is the percentage after that they want to take those in to the audit. So for that, the system can flag that based on the set of queries. Procedure filter, repeated contractors, how many repeated contractors are there, bill passed without measurement checks for any work or any bill, work without EMB closure, MB is not closed till now, the works are still pending, long pending. So those informations based on these parameters can be given. These are only sampling based on the AG and based on the suggestion from the DDOs. This will be taken care of and will be put in our audit module. And based on all these parameters, the auto-generated risk score audit level also will be given. That based on these parameters, the audit risk score is this. So where the score is more, they can take that for auditing. So for auditing, the data will be now not taken from the physical book. It will be taken from the WAMIS DV. So from the WAMIS DV, based on the set of queries, the data will be extracted and given to the audit wing for their verifications. So this will be tamper-proof and this will be read-only mode. So there is very less chance of any manipulation in this. So this is a evidence auto-linking web. So how many specific EMB line items are there? What is the PDF agreement and tender? So what if you have suppose some agreement done manually and you have uploaded it in WAMIS. So the BOQ in a Excel format or in a soft copy, but in the PDF, so we have to compare whether all line items or BOQ items are there or not. If any missing or any addition or modification done, that can be find out. Based on the geotag photograph, we can find out that whether any work overlapping is done. So such type of queries can be find out through GS portal. We can link and we can extract where any duplication is happened or any work where maintenance repair has been done again and again multiple times. So such things can be find out. Similarly, from CFMS bill payment, so contingency payment bills and your work bills. So how many times, what is the advances given? So all those things can be compared and checked. And this is a proposed workflow. So here in the AG field wing, they will have a draft structure observation, tax risk level, and achieves system level evidence. Now these audit reports will be submitted to their higher authority for the review. So the senior audit or DAG, they office internally review the details suggested by the audit wing, and they will freeze the observation and generate the draft paras. And based on this draft para, if it is finalized, it will be submitted for internal compliance routing of the DDO. And based on the received issue, there will be a cycle for the compliance management. So there will be one SLA type compliance reviewer. Once the DDO receives the para details, he will be against that compliance upload the necessary documents, which might be the PDF or supporting documents, and then it will be sent to the auditors for the review. The auditors then again review the compliance, and if they found that it is not satisfactory and require escalation, they can escalate to their circle or their state headquarter if necessary. So like that, if a system is found satisfied, they can close the audit, and what is the finally observation and what is the closed report, that can also generate from the system. So no need of physically generating the audit closure report, it will be generated from the system itself. So real-time alert will be provided. Means audit is not a fault-finding activity, it's a process improvement activity. So all the related paras what auditor generally do, if those informations are given with the paras, we can generate the report and we can alert the divisions and audit team that these are the informations which require your attention. It might be a non-compliance or it just a alert, but you have to verify that and take the actions. So like that, some alerts are drafted for your understanding, that measurement and BOQ deviations are there, or repeat audit observation, same audit observation is coming again and again. So those information can be generated from the system. And pending compliance is there, it can be auto-escalate after some time, within 30 days it is not complied. So it might be escalated, auto-escalation can be given. So that notification will be given that 30 days is coming and your still the compliance is pending at this end. So you required to attend these issues. So like that, some alert will be given that your agreement value and technical sanction amount is a mismatch, or it is higher than 150% of your technical sanction. So those information will be given. And there will be a dashboard so that you can verify that these are the issues. This is the total number of para raised. This is the state-wise total number of para raised. It can be compiled division-wise data to the circle-wise, then we can compile it to the state-wise, department-wise, then all department-wise you can compile to the state-wise. So all paras can be generated and compiled and can be displayed. So this is a futuristic view. Decision dashboard, based on the compliance rate, the decision will be taken, how much compliance has been made, what is the pending compliances there, and where is the highest risk is there. So those things are be given. Then fraud pattern detections, cost overrun, predictive risk profile. These are some sample generation can be done through WAMIS. So to onboard this process, we have required to form one committee under the AG audit wing. And based on that, we will take the information, what they do for the audit, what is the paras, and how they get the information from WAMIS. So based on that, we'll develop the system. And that will be for piloting missile, we will take 2 to 3 divisions. Then once the auditing find that this information is coming correctly from the WAMIS, same will be put to roll out for the entire states. And similarly, the audit informations which are generated, the state-wise, division-wise, that will be shared with the AGT server. Like we are submitting the accounting nowadays, samely, the audit information will be shared to the AG. And analytics will be given at appropriate level. So thank you till now, whatever we achieve in WAMIS, it's because the 20% mainly is the development, 80% is due to the department's involvement. So now whatever we have proposed to achieve, for that we require your support. Till now we are getting that, and we expect that in future we will get your supports to achieve all the new enhancements. If you have any questions, you can ask.
One thing I would like to ask is, see, we need HOD level access, because at the AG's, principal AG level, we need to plan the audit of the entire divisions. It is not one division, because we have different kinds of audit. We are doing compliance audit, we are doing performance audit, we are doing thematic audit. So we need HOD level data access. For example, how many divisions are there, what kind of expenditure are there, everything would be needed for planning the audit, because which unit to choose. Because now the compliance audit is not happening the way it used to happen earlier. Every year, every unit will be audited. Now we are moving towards thematic audit, a particular theme, and then you select the districts. So for that kind of audit, data-led audit, basically we need analytics at the highest level.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sir, if data present in WAMIS, all data can be exposed on
Yes,
the read-only mode to the AG wing, sir. You just suggest us how you require and what are the things required.
Okay.
And if you require it also on process based, we can do it, sir.
Okay, thank you. If anybody has any questions, please ask.
Thank you for patience to listen to me for such a long period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Biswal sir, for your insights on future of WAMIS and e-auditing. And it's now time for lunch break, and we will again gather here by 2:50 p.m. for the second technical session. just received on sad news that Sri Chinmay Kumar Saha, DO1, at WSS Division, Rairangpur, died on Friday, 8th May 2026. चिन्मय कुमार साहा जे कि DO1 थिले WSS डिविजन रायरंगपुर रे से शुक्रवार दिन 8/5/2026 रे देह त्याग करचंती। तेणु समस्ते 1 मिनिट मौन धारणा करिए प्लीज छिड़ाई। Thank you. Now I request the SEDAC team, those who are present at the first 2 sessions, technical sessions, to be felicitated by our Principal Accountant General, sir. Please, Samarendra Biswal, Scientist SEDAC, Amit Deshmukh, Scientist SEDAC, and Atmaram Bhagati from SEDAC. Please come. Thank you, sir. Now the post-lunch session will be started with technical session by Sri Samarendra Kumar Patnaik, Senior DO, on contract management and dispute resolution in public works contract with case laws analysis. Thank you. Samarendra Patnaik, sir. 1 minute. Before start of this session, I request Subbu R. Sir, Principal Accountant General Audit 1, to deliberate on this occasion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it audible? Yeah. I know it's a very tough thing for you to keep awake, after a good lunch session. So I urge everyone to be alert and, pinch yourself so that you won't sleep. Okay, do like this. I think it's a challenge for the presenters to keep you awake. At the same time, let me also say something during this occasion where we're having an annual conference on Divisional Officers. This is a rare occasion where we all meet together. We are all working different places, different districts, different divisions. So this is a rare opportunity where you come together and get to know each other more, and the feel of camaraderie comes up, and learn from each other. You also get a vision what to be headed for in the coming days, what you're supposed to do, what is the latest development in the department, what are the new technology being incorporated by the department. So a lot of things are coming up during these sessions, and so this annual conference is a welcome development where we should all come together and exchange each other what is the development. I think I like to make this a 2-day session if possible, 1 day dedicating for showcasing whatever some extraordinary work done by any division, if at all, at least for half a day if it's possible, so that we'll be able to exchange our own ideas, how to improve the system, how to, for the same system, how can we make better systems, what you have learned from your practice, because always there is a difference between what the theory says and what the actual practical things in the ground level, the ground reality. So in such conditions, it's an exchange which is more important than the things which have been said from one side. So there's a lot of deliberation needed between the different participants, and I hope maybe in the coming days, maybe later on, we'll be incorporating those factors as well. There are people who actually in the ground, who work, and they know what are the real difficulties which are there. Because at our end, what we see is a macro level picture. We don't know actually what's the real the problems in nut and bolt effect, which we call it, the ground level. So unless that's been transmitted to our level while making policy or while making any of the changes, we won't be able to incorporate. For example, maybe the CDAC making a bigger system, bigger program, but they may miss some small points which maybe not because of their ignorance, maybe before maybe they are not being told about that. So unless formally something is communicated, we may not be able to incorporate those things. See, ultimately what I'm trying to say is, we need to improve the system. For improving the system, we need to have communication openly, both sides, not one-sided. For those things, we should come up, raise questions, be awake, be alert. This is not the end of it. Tomorrow also you can write to us, write to the any agency who is coordinating with you, so that we can exchange and improve. We can all grow together instead of being only some people growing. Let everyone grow together, and let's all believe that we're all one. We all belong to the same family. Let's not feel that we have been neglected, we have been sidelined. This is an opportunity why you have been called here, and why in the national level also, even the morning CAG was saying about that. Have a organized training sessions happening in different batches. So these are the ideas where we'll be exchanging between states as well. What we want is that type of ideas being generated when put into use, and we can improve the entire cadre as such. And I don't want to delay further. And before starting of the session, I'll thank sir for giving this opportunity to talk a few words to you. And all the best. Make utilize of your presence here, and use this as an opportunity for networking. Talk among each other. You may be different batches, so kindly interact. Feel free to interact with us. What are the doubts may be silly for us, may be silly for you, whatever it is, raise it. There's nothing silly here. Everything is important for us. Even a small thing which comes to us, it's important. So ultimately what we aim is to have a wonderful system where everything runs smoothly, and we can be an example for the next generation to seek from us. Thanks a lot, sir, for giving me opportunity, and wish you all the best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. I think it will be helpful to all the participants. And now I request Samarendra Patnaik, sir, to give the technical session.
esteemed Principal AG sir, Principal AG Audit sir, dignitaries of the dais, and my colleagues. I express my gratitude for allowing me to address this technical section, and now I start this technical session. Now, contract management and dispute resolution. So, we deal with government contracts. So, government contracts are legal agreements between two governments or legal agreement between government and private party, and Article 299 confirms the of the Constitution confirms how the legal agreements can be executed to form a government contract. So, what is legal agreement? Legal agreement means the agreement which is confirmed by Indian Contract Act. So, if all these ingredients of Indian Contract Act are qualified, so it will be a legal agreement. Another thing is, we want that all the legal agreements should ensure transparency, competition and fairness. So, Rule 144 of GFR 2017 provides such provision. Now, how the legal agreements are concluded. So, Article 73 read with Article 162 defines the executive power of union and states to legislate on financial procedures, and Article 298 empowers to the state parliament and state legislatures to regulate contract procedures. It covers property acquisition contracts for legal purposes. Now comes Article 299, which provides how the contract can be, government contract can be formed, and all contracts must be in writing. It must be with the signing authority and delegated by the competent authority. So, President and Governor cannot be sued personally for any contract. So, state is defined under Article 12 of the Constitution, union and its executive organs, executive authority, all government undertakings, municipalities, local bodies, district boards, etc. So, now we come to the types of contracts that we experience in our day-to-day life. Item rate contracts, everything we are dealing with, EPC contracts, labor contracts, service contracts, PMJ. Now comes FIDIC form of contracts. So, in our irrigation projects and also in RWSS projects, FIDIC form of contracts are adopted. It is an international form of contract, and in that contract, the obligations of contractor and the employer is purely defined. Then another is build, operate, transfer contract, that we are, this contract is of two types, build, operate, own, transfer contract, and another thing is build, operate, lease, transfer contract. So, for example, when there is no fund provision in the budget, so government wants to do some infrastructure activities. Suppose an airport is required to be constructed. So, what they will do? They will invite some companies like Adani, Ambani, they will build their project, and the cost, they will bear the cost. Out of that, they will take some time, 10 to 30 years for operation purposes, and from that they will derive profit. Thereafter, the infrastructure will be transferred to government. Now comes to contract management. Contract management is the process of systematically and efficiently managing contract creation, execution, and analysis for maximizing operational and financial performance and minimizing risk. So, these are the three components of contract management. One is contract creation, another is execution, another is analysis. So, let us see what are the contract management objectives. First thing is to eliminate contract risk and increase compliance. Second, for maximizing operational financial performance. The most important part is pre-construction activities should be completed prior to invitation of tender. In most of the contracts, the disputes arise due to this. And out of this, when the project is delayed, cost overrun is there, time overrun is there, and maybe in some time, due to land acquisition activities or encroachment activities, the project may come to a grinding halt. Then another one more important thing is the contractors are in this civil works are not developed in their skill capacity. So there must be a skill development program for contractors. In case of electrical contractors, ELBO is the authority who is providing skill development programs. Then comes milestones and deployment of personnel and machineries. So the contractor should ensure that the project should be completed in time so that he can adequately provide men and machineries to the site for achieving milestones. Again, every construction progress should be furnished electronically, and also hindrances should also be furnished electronically. And all contractual correspondence should be by email. It should be a mandatory provision so that nobody can deny any contractual correspondence. Another thing is work done should be as per the timeline. Again, if the work is delayed, the borrowed capital is converted from soft loan to hard loan. So that is the important thing. Why the NABARD works are shifted to plan schemes? Only thing is to get rid of the higher interest of loan. So one of the main achievement of contract management objective is improvement in performance. If the contract management process continues, so contractor will progress and the bottlenecks of progress shall be cleared. Another thing is technical decisions should be imparted to the contractor in time. So if the contractor will not get decisions, he will hold up the work and the completion date of the project will be delayed and cost will be enhanced. Then comes tender document drafting and tendering process. So appropriate standard contract form should be adopted. Like in the previous slides we see what is the contract form, and that should be confirmed from appropriate contract. Then this comes right of first refusal clause. This clause is not available in our Odisha contracts. Actually, this right of first refusal clause is available in NHI contracts and Airport Authority of India contracts, port contracts, but in our case, it is not there.
Yeah, not available.
That clause means in a tender, if a similar nature of work has been executed by one contractor and he participates in the tender, so that as per the right of refusal clause, that contractor can be asked to come down to the rate of the L1 bidder, then only the contract will be finalized. If that contractor refuses, then the original L1 bidder will get the benefit. Then comes joint venture clause. Joint venture clauses are also available in our PMJC contract and other contracts, but that clause requires to be redrafted, because there are some of the lacunas and which have been pointed out by different judgments. So this clause should be redrafted. Subletting clause. Subletting means it is offloading a contract. So whenever a contract is required to be offloaded, that a fixed percentage of contract is required to be offloaded, not the full contract, and that should be as per the contractual terms of selection. Suppose it is a special class contractor, so it should be uploaded to a special class contractor. The men and machineries, the money, fund flow, everything should be considered. And employer's obligation and contractor's obligation clause should be very well defined in the contract, so that there should not be any ambiguity. Now comes time is the essence of the contract. That clause should be there, because we have a time extension format. We have also a time extension clause in P1 agreement or F2 agreement, clause 4. So that clause does not require any penalty for prolongation of the contract. So everything should be defined clearly, and clause should be made as per the different judgments of high courts and supreme courts. Penalty has been declared as void, so quashing the orders of penalty have been quashed by high courts and supreme courts. Then another important is variation and change control clause. So this clause is variation in quantity, and if the contract is required to be executed with some extra items, then it should be very much defined. Then comes price adjustment clause. Everything is clear, but now the price adjustment clause is being complicated because some of the cardinal changes have appeared in the contract. What is that? Suppose in a bridge there is a deck slab. Now PCC girder has been changed. So now the contractor says he wants to get price escalation due to change in the whole system of the bridge. Deck slab has been converted into PCC girder. So reasons of construction delay. So mainly construction delay is due to clear definition of contractor's obligations and employer's obligations. Another thing is inaction on misinterpretation and interpretation at the implementing level. Then deferred progress, inability to proceed towards get compounded. The expected work done as per milestones are not realized. So these are some of the construction delays which are experienced by the contractors, and these delays, when aggravated, becomes a claim. Contract administration and monitoring. So how to administer the contract and monitor the progress. So define procedure for raising issues and resolving disputes in time at the appropriate level. So disputes should be resolved amicably. If it prolongs, it will be a challenge to the contract. Change control and variation procedures with the appropriate authorization from the concerned authority. So this is unless the contractor gets money, he will not execute further. So variation and change control, it should be approved, and also the contractor should be paid accordingly. Monitoring of contractor's performance against milestones. This should be monitored. Then comes inspection of completed work or random sample checks. So check measurement and sample of the specified in the contract should be checked so as to assure quality. Then photograph recording is there. So now what are the spectrum of substantive issues in works contracts? So the issues are: one is time bars as condition precedent to entitlement. So time set is there. Time bar set specific time bars for all types of claims, including variations and extra items. Prolongation cost. If the contract will prolong, then the cost will enhance. Extension time, it is known to all. Right to payment for variations. So variations should be approved and paid in time. Then comes suspensions and termination. So whenever a contract is required to be suspended for some reason, that a suspension order should be issued to the contractor, so that in the process of extension of time, that portion will be deleted and he will not claim price adjustment on that suspension period. Then termination comes. Termination is twofold. One is dissolution of contract, another is rescission of contract. So contract termination should be processed in a fair manner, covering natural justice. Otherwise, the termination will be declared void by the court of law. Penalties and liquidated damages. In India, Section 73 of the Contract Act prescribes penalties for actual loss and 74 for liquidated damages. So in our contracts, Odisha government contracts, liquidated damage clause is not there. So a predefined liquidated damage clause should be incorporated in the bid document and so also in the agreement, so that it can be enforceable. So defect liability period, it is another problem. So if the defects the liability period is there, sometimes it is 12 months, sometimes it is 36 months, in some contracts it is 60 months. So defect liability period, during defect liability period, the contractor has to rectify his defects at his own cost. Now comes insurance chapter, inherent defect insurance and latent defect insurance. So while the construction of the project is there, inherent defect insurance will be applicable. So contractor has to pay the premium, it should be defined, otherwise there will be a dispute who will pay the premium. And latent defect insurance is the insurance for maintenance period, operation period. So everything should be defined in the contract so that there will be no ambiguity who will pay the premium and how the premium will be paid and the insurance will be made.
No much of a confusion.
Bonds and guarantees. So we are dealing with bonds and guarantees, and bank guarantees are very crucial. Actually, after the validity of the bank guarantee, it cannot be enforceable. So we have to take precaution that bank guarantees should be enforced, and the encashment should be done during the validity period. Liability caps in construction contracts. So these are maximum amount which can be paid as liability.
The bank guarantee should be done in the state where the actual project is, not in some other.
So now we come to the Mediation Act. If there will be a dispute, how the dispute will be settled? So first thing is, if the dispute will be settled amicably, it is well and good. Otherwise, the dispute will come for mediation. So mediation, there will be a mediation agreement, and the mediation is mandatory prior to arbitration, and the mediation time period is 120 days to 180 days. And the mediation judgment is at par with the judicial judgment. Now we come to case law analysis. How the cases have been settled in court of law. One thing is, one case law is on letter of intent. You know, when the tender is accepted, one letter of intent is issued by the authority to the contractor. So similarly, in Himachal Pradesh, they have procured EPOS devices. वो जो swiping machine है, EPOS devices, the government of Himachal has invited a bid for procurement, and Oasis received LOA, and LOA condition stipulates that Oasis shall have to clear NIC technical testing, demonstrate device compatibility, and submit final cost structure before signing the agreement. So government cancelled LOI citing technical non-fulfillment followed by blacklisting. So Oasis approached High Court and obtained favorable order. State appealed before Honorable Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme Court reaffirmed that the financial choice is of the owner, and it is for the owner to take the final decision with necessary flexibility and pragmatism. While exercising judicial review of contractual matters, constitutional courts should not exercise ex ante jurisdiction to preempt executive actions. On this count, High Court has exceeded the first principle of judicial restraint in contractual matters. So the Supreme Court allowed the appeal and the LOA and upheld the LOA. Another case is on bid evaluation. Stiag Engineering Services Private Limited versus GSPC Power Company Limited. Here the GSPC invited bid and Stiag Engineering participated in the bid. During valuation, the Stiag Engineering was selected, and another petitioner, O&M Solutions Private Limited, challenged the filed a writ petition before Gujarat High Court against the bid evaluation. the High Court examined the bid evaluation process, scoring of bids and identified discrepancies with an observation of unfair advantage to the appellant. Honorable High Court consequently set aside the award and directed for a fresh bid evaluation process. This is after that, Stewart Engineering filed an appeal before Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme Court, in a detailed judgment delivered by a 3-judge bench, set aside the order of Gujarat High Court. The apex court held that the High Court had exceeded the permissible limit of judicial review by re-examining the technical evaluation and substituting its own assessment. So, re-examination of a technical bid is not permissible as per the direction of the High Court, because it is the owner who has evaluated the bid as a techno-commercial manner, and the bid should not be re-evaluated. Honorable Supreme Court noted that marginal differences in scoring between bidders do not by themselves establish unfairness or illegality. Honorable Supreme Court observed that there is no justification to interfere with the grant of letter of award and the subsequent execution of the contract in favor of the appellant. Another thing is case law on 6 months capping of stay orders. Previously, even our GA and PG department Odisha has also similar instruction during 29th June 21. Considering the judgment dated 28 March 2008 in Asian Resurfacing of Road Agency Private Limited versus CBI. So, courts interim stay orders granted by high courts and other courts in civil and criminal cases will automatically expire after 6 months unless specifically extended through a regent speaking order. So, this is an judgment of the Supreme Court exercising Article 142 of the Constitution, that is complete justice. The speaking order must show that case was of such an exceptional nature that continuing the stay was more important than having the trial finalized. The trial court, where an order of stay of civil or criminal proceeding is produced, may fix a date not beyond 6 months from the date of the stay order, so that upon expiry of the stay period, proceeding can commence unless an extension order is produced. This was the judgment of Supreme Court in Asian Resurfacing Road Agency Private Limited. That means a stay order has a capping importance of 6 months. After that, whether if the stay order was not extended by a speaking order of the concerned court, then the stay order will automatically lapse. That judgment was challenged by the High Court Bar Association of Allahabad, and in 2024, the judicial principle of Supreme Court judgment, the jurisdiction under Article 142, Doctrine of Complete Justice, cannot be invoked to pass blanket orders setting at not a very large number of interim orders lawfully passed by all the high courts, and that too without hearing the contesting parties. The jurisdiction under Article 142 can be invoked only to deal with extraordinary situations for doing complete justice between the parties before the court. Even if the legislature were to come up with such a provision for automatic vacation of stay, the same may not stand judicial scrutiny, as it may suffer from manifest arbitrariness. So, the Supreme Court overruled the judgment of the previous judgment dated 28/3/2018 in Asian Resurfacing of Road Agency Private Limited versus CBI. So, now the 6 months capping of stay order is not available. Case law on cancellation of tender. Cancellation of tender means while cancelling a tender, an opportunity should be provided to the bidder so that a form of natural justice shall be complied. So, in this case, Subodh Kumar Singh Rathore versus Chief Executive Officer, Subodh Kumar Singh Rathore was awarded a tender by Kolkata Metropolitan Development Agency KMDA for maintenance and operation of 2 underpasses on the Eastern Metropolitan Bypass, including advertising rights. So, after bifurcation of the Urban Development and Municipal Affairs Department of West Bengal, the tender was rescinded. So following the order of rescission, KMDA issued a stop work notice to Rator, followed by a cancellation of tender notice, citing technical faults and financial losses. Rator challenged the cancellation in Calcutta High Court, and single judge bench dismissed the writ petition, and again the writ appeal was filed, that was also dismissed. So then he filed appeal before the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ruled that cancellation of tender was arbitrary and influenced by extraneous factors. Honorable Court noted that decision lacked bona fide consideration and was not based on real and palpable public interest as required by law. Another case is case law on blacklisting. AKG Construction and Developers Private Limited versus State of Jharkhand. So AKG Construction was provided, has participated bid under Water and Sanitation Department of Jharkhand for construction of elevated storage service reservoir ESR, and a letter of acceptance was issued. During construction, the top dome of the reservoir collapsed, and so department issued a show cause notice. Then a team was constructed for multi-level inquiries. The inquiries drew up inputs from Birsa Institute of Technology Sindri and also IITs of Delhi, Madras and Bombay. Upon receiving concurrent reports indicating negligence on part of AKG Construction, Chief Engineer passed the termination from blacklisting order. So AKG Construction filed an appeal which came to be dismissed by the appellate authority, cum Principal Secretary, Drinking Water and Sanitation Department. AKG Construction filed a writ petition challenging the order of the appellate authority. Honorable High Court dismissed the writ petition with imposition of cost of rupees 2 lakhs. Honorable High Court held that the corroborated findings of the inquiries conducted, as also the petitioner's own ambition in the form of offering to reconstruct the entire ESR at its own cost, leads to logical inference of negligence in carrying out the construction as per the approved design and drawing. So, Honorable High Court also held that orders impugned were neither illegal nor arbitrary, as proper opportunity was given to the petitioners at every stage. So, petitioner sought a review of the decision arrived by the High Court on self-same ground, which are dismissed by the High Court. Then AKG Construction filed appeal before Supreme Court. Honorable Supreme Court set aside the blacklisting order with a direction to the department to issue a fresh show cause notice indicative of the reasons as to why a blacklisting order is felt necessary, and to thereby call upon the contractor to show cause. Honorable Supreme Court reaffirmed that in view of the fact that the order of termination cum blacklisting was passed on 23/8/2024, and since then almost more than 1.5 years has already passed without there being a stay of the said order. In the meantime, we are of the opinion that the relief to be granted can suitably be molded by directing that the order of blacklisting will cease to operate with immediate effect. Honorable Supreme Court held that having considered the matter in detail and considering the unimpeachable material about the negligence of the applicant leading to collapse of the top dome of the ESR, we are of the opinion that the order of termination of all contracts is legal and valid. Civil appeal to this extent are dismissed. Thank you.
So there will be a question session now. Question answer. If anybody has any doubt or anything to be discussed or anything which you have seen in your experience, you can kindly share it, or if you have any doubt you can ask him. We'll give you 2-3 minutes. Anybody faced any of these issues which have been discussed? Did you any point of time referred any court cases or case laws like this? Please don't feel shy, you know, it's all one community, you know.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I am working in Water Resource Department.
Come closer, yeah.
कर दिया है ना?
प्राइस एस्केलेशन का क्लाउज जो उड़ीसा में था सर, उसके बारे में अगर कुछ बता सकते हैं तो क्या क्या हुआ और उसमें अभी क्या
Sir, I
डेवलपमेंट?
want to ask it that.
One at a time.
Sir,
पूछिए पूछिए
हाँ आप बताइए.
पूछिए आप पूछिए.
मैं
सर प्राइस एस्केलेशन के लिए कोर्ट चल रहा है उड़ीसा में.
सर क्या है, बहुत समय हम देख रहे हैं कि हम लोग इवैल्यूएशन पे रहते हैं तो क्या
आवाज
होता
नहीं आ रहा है. माइक है?
हाँ को तो हेला, इज इट ओके?
माइक दे दिया.
माइक है?
हाँ इधर है ना, है सर. Sometimes we see that, sir, some COs, they float tenders, same type of works, for same type of works. Some COs, they draft a different way, the tender conditions, and others in different manner. There is no uniformity of the tender document. So, some may relax some conditions, and some may be, some conditions may be strict. So, in that case, when we sit for evaluation, either technical bid evaluation, so we face the problem.
Can you repeat again?
Repeat your question. It was not audible.
For same type of work, different COs, they draft differently their documents, tender documents. So sometimes the conditions, some COs they relax it, and some COs they keep it some strict ways. So how to evaluate in the same committee things, it should be a uniform one. The document should be a uniform one, so that when it is floated, it becomes the legal document. So we have to go by the document only, as per the conditions. Then we face the problem how the same committee evaluates one work as per the conditions, different conditions, and the other work, same type of work, but it is evaluated as per that conditions. So how to
Actually,
eradicate this?
if we consider two different departments, so suppose for example, bid capacity is 3 crores in works department.
No, it is within the department, only one department. If it
So
happens,
we have to standardize the bidding document.
yes, yes.
That is most important. If the different bidding documents will be there, so
Yes.
one thing, they will, whenever they file a case in court of law,
Yes.
court will have got a different impression.
Yes.
So we have to standardize. Suppose even in other states like Kerala, they have standardized up to 50 crores some one type of bidding document. So it's, government should standardize bidding documents as per HOD. And actually they are in contract, the HOD exercises the power of Article 154 of the Constitution. So even in one case, for example, bid capacity case, the same contractor bids for, in works department, same contractor bids for, in a bid for water resource department. In water resource department up to 7 crores, there is no bid capacity. But in our works department up to 3 crores, beyond 3 crores, bid capacity is there. So whenever the case comes to the court of law, court has decided which one is correct, whether works department circular is correct or water resource department circular is correct,
Yes.
or both of them are correct. But court has decided that both of them are correct because both the secretaries have exercised Article 154 of the Constitution for execution of works in their department. So whenever we consider a department, so we have to finalize a contract. Even we can also finalize contract of specific values. Suppose up to 50 crores, there should be a contract, so that any division below the department can execute in the same format.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I have another question. CDMS should be like that. It should reflect all the works which the contractors they are doing. When we evaluate the work in hand item, in technical evaluation, So we are not able to know actually what is the actual work in hand they are having. Whatever they are furnishing the information with their signature or in a format, we accept it. But sometimes we are also getting petitions on this. Now he has hidden these words or those words. So it becomes difficult for us to know actually which work they are having. If it is reflected in CDMS, so from CDMS we will know like GST number. We are seeing from the net, yes, it is active or something, some problem is there. On the basis of that, we just evaluate the things.
Actually, this has been settled. In WAMIS, there is a provision of contractor's performance. If we will just put the PAN number of the contractor, you can see all the contract records in every department, those who are coming under WAMIS. So actually that has been linked to CDMS, and linking process will take some time and it will also be finalized very soon.
Yes, thank you, sir.
सर प्राइस एस्केलेशन का जो क्लाउज उड़ीसा में अभी डिस्प्यूट है उसके बारे में क्या डेवलपमेंट है? प्राइस एस्केलेशन का जो क्लाउज डिस्प्यूट चल रहा है सर उड़ीसा में, अभी उसका क्या डेवलपमेंट है? नंबर 1। नंबर 2, किसी एस्टीमेट में यदि एस्टिमेशन में अगर भूल हो गया हो रेट ऑफ एनालिसिस में, टेंडर डालने के वक्त कॉन्ट्रैक्टर तो उसको अपने अनुसार कैलकुलेट करके वो डालता है टेंडर, तो क्या इसको ऑडिट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से फिनेंशियल लॉस माना जाएगा कि नहीं माना जाएगा?
नहीं, भूल कैसे होगा टेंडर डालने से?
टेंडर के पहले भूल हो गया रेट ऑफ एनालिसिस बनाने में, बट जब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर टेंडर डालता है वो तो अपना कैलकुलेट करके रेट डालेगा और लेस या अबव, फिर ये ऑडिट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से फिनेंशियल लॉस इसको लिया जाएगा कि नहीं?
एक्चुअली आफ्टर फाइनलाइजेशन ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दैट क्वेश्चन कैन नॉट बी ट्रीटेड. Actually, government has decided price escalation formula. So basing on that formula, we have to pay. If some problem is there in the estimate at the estimation stage, how this can be rectified? If it will be rectified, then it will be an extra item, and he will not get price escalation on that item. This much can be done. In some contracts, while putting today somebody has asked, in some contracts while putting the while preparing BOQ, they have mistakenly exchanged both rate and BOQ were exchanged. So contract was finalized and agreement was drawn. Now at the billing stage, they feel that the BOQ and the rate has been exchanged. So what to do? Then we have to find the correct one as extra item, and extra item should be paid, and that the principal item should be kept intact. It should not be paid. That is the only solution. Other solution, if that is a human made mistake, this mistake cannot be rectified.
Hello. Yeah, my friend was asking about. Hello. Yeah, my friend was asking about escalation clause because the escalation period from 12 to 2019 is already declared null and void by the court. If there is any development for that period, then please guide us.
Could not be audible. Please tell.
Yeah, I am asking about the escalation clause. After 19 November 2019, escalation is applicable. But before that period,
from 2012 to 2019,
yeah,
it has not been decided till now. So when the government will decide, it will be effective. Now 19th November 2019 onwards, all contracts will get escalation clause. Prior to that, government has not yet been decided.
Okay.
After crossing of the clause by 2012 clause by Honorable High Court and by Supreme Court, this has not yet been decided.
Okay. Yes, sir. There's another question about contract period. in contract management, there is a period, actual date of commencement and then stipulated date of completion. If a contract is after that period, after stipulated date of completion, can we sue the contractor because contract is not active for that period?
No, no, actually the stipulated date of completion and if it is over, if you want to make the contract alive, you have to extend it by provisional extension of time, if the contractor will not apply.
Yeah, but
Or
if
without a provisional extension of time, the contract will be dead and all the conditions of contract will also be dead. Even if he will go to the court of law, the court will say the contract is a lapsed contract and the conditions have also been lapsed. So in order to take some advantage from the contract, if you want that the contract should be alive, we have to give provisional extension of time so that the contract will be alive, and we can also take any action against the contractor considering the clauses of the contract.
yeah, but after stipulated date of completion, if provisional EOT is issued but not accepted by the contractor.
No, no, provisional EOT is required for enlarging the validity of the contract.
But because
is
contract is an agreement between two party. One is government and one is contractor or any private party or any party. If a contractor is not accepting that letter, such cases happened in my office and other offices.
Okay, if the contractor doesn't want the extension, so you extend the contract and take action as per the clauses of the contract.
Because there are some provisions that we can impose.
You can extend the contract. You can extend the contract and take provisions of the contract against the contractor. You apply the provisions of the contract.
From one side.
Resign it.
Oh,
with
from one
20%
side.
penalty.
Because contract can't be one-sided. It should be accepted by the contractor or another party.
Contractor.
Yeah.
If you can extend the contract and
Yeah.
take action as per the clauses of the contract.
Yeah.
So if the contract will be a lapsed contract, clauses
Yeah.
of the contract will automatically lapse. So
Yeah.
he will get, in the court of law, he will get a win.
Yeah.
Department will lose.
Okay, because one contractor said that since the contract is lapsed, you cannot impose penalty 20% of the balance work or so. So if there is any such law available for us from our department side.
Excuse me.
Because contract is always between two parties.
I think 20%, I think it is a closure, penalty on closure. Is it? Closure, penalty on
Okay,
closure.
thank you.
Am I audible? What he was saying, is it about closure, penalty on closure, 20% on the balance work?
Yes. If you
Yes.
want to resign the contract.
Yes, forcibly we can also close the work.
Yes.
If
But
there
you have
is
to, you can close the contract, but you have to provide natural justice to the contractor.
Yes.
So all correspondence should be built up.
Yes.
Arbitrarily it cannot be closed.
Yes,
If arbitrarily
yes.
it is closed, you can go to the court of law and get a order that the contract is, closure order is defective.
Yes. Some kind of record should be maintained.
Yes. And all the correspondence should be made with the contractor by email so that he cannot deny. Because contractors are maintaining offices in rented house, all the contractors. But if you send a letter to his house, rented house, he will definitely change that house, and you will also cannot prove that it is served on the contractor. So if you send, every contractor has an email ID because they are filing e-tenders. So email ID is there, and even in the license also they have an email ID. So if correspondence will be made by email ID, so they cannot deny it. We can
Yes.
establish that this is the email ID provided in the, recorded in the CDMS portal, recorded in the license. So there will be no issue.
Yes, right.
Any more questions? Yeah, thank you very much. Basically, what he is trying to say is kindly document things properly. That's it. The crux of the matter is that.
Hello,
Yeah.
sir. Namaskar. Sir, I wish to know about the combined bid evaluation. Sir, यदि वन टाइम में टेंडर इनविटेशन हुआ है और एक ही कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को 2 वर्क अवार्ड हो चुका है सर लॉटरी प्रोसेस में, देन इफ लॉटरी प्रोसेस फाइनलाइज देन इट्स कैन हैपन combined bid evaluation.
So actually combined evaluation, if both the tenders or a number of tenders appear in the same tender call notice,
Yes, sir.
then combined evaluation can be met. If it is prescribed that combined evaluation is applicable in this notice. So while combined evaluation that we have bid capacity, as you know, bid capacity is fixed. So you have to take bid capacity, not that the contractor what is the accepted value of the contract is, it should not be there. It should be the amount put to bid. During combined valuation, you have to check the first bid which has been awarded in favor of the contractor against the second bid. So you have to add the bid value of the first bid and bid value of the second bid. Not that the 14.99 less amount and this is also 14.99 less. This cannot be met. The same criteria of bid evaluation should apply to the combined bid evaluation.
Then, but sir, there is no mention about the combined bid evaluation in the DTCN. If combined bid evaluation is happening, then it cannot be. Hello.
So unless it is prescribed in the bid document and in the bid invitation notice that there will be a combined evaluation, so no combined evaluation should be made. If it is prescribed in the notice and also in the bid document, then combined evaluation should be made. Otherwise, the person will go to the court of law and challenge this. Everything should be specific. Nothing should be hidden.
One more thing, sir, I want to know that Vaishnav sir ने भी क्वेश्चन उठाया था कि यदि एनालिसिस ऑफ रेट में कुछ गलती से एस्टिमेट बन चुका है और बाद में वो प्राइस एस्केलेशन में भी इफेक्ट डाल रहा है, उसको बेनिफिट हो रहा है एजेंसी को, और बाद में ऑडिट भी उसको इवैल्यूएट कर रहे हैं कि इसका एस्टिमेट रॉन्ग हुआ है. वो अक्सर ऐसा होता है डिवीजन में देखा जाता है कि एस्टिमेट रॉन्ग हुआ है जिसकी वजह से इतना अनड्यू बेनिफिट टू द एजेंसी. तो वो एजेंसी को सर ऐसे तो ये कैसे रोका जा सकता है कि वो एस्टिमेट एनालिसिस ऑफ रेट जो है वो गलत हो गया, उसको कैसे ठीक किया जाए?
Actually, price escalation is incorporated in the bid document. So it is a part of the bid document and it is also part of the contract price. You know there is a contract price. The contract has been accepted for some amount. So that amount is put to price escalation. It may be less, it may be excess on application of the price adjustment clause. So that amount is defined in the contract. Regarding analysis part, it is a different part. It is not in the contract. So if there is error in analysis, it will be decided later on.
No, sir. My question is that if audit question raise the question that is the wrong in the preparation in the estimate, then and the agency claim the price escalation, then on that time which action should be done, sir?
No, price escalation is admissible because the rules say the price escalation clause 19 November का 2019 का clause है, from day one he will get price escalation. That is a different circular and contract document is different. That जो आपका जो analysis ये contract का part नहीं है. It is not a part of the contract. Contract document is your bid document plus agreement document. Both मिला के एक contract document होता है. So analysis है दूसरा part. ये आपका contract document से कुछ जरूरत नहीं है. वो if he will stop the work, if he will not pay, he will stop the work. Again go to the court of law. Court of law will say you go as per your contract document.
Sir, small intervention, sir. Sir, actually, today we have been discussing regarding contract management, and WAMIS is there. I just wanted to just raise some points that how contract management can be done through WAMIS for our perspective, from divisional accountant's perspective. Whatever points Amarendra sir just listed out, are we able to do through system itself? In a division, when a divisional accountant is posted, he hardly comes to know what are the real status of the work there. How many agreements are there? How many the work is going on currently? How many have lapsed? What is the condition of EOT? Whether provisional EOT is given or not? We hardly know that. Now the question is that can we tap all these things into our system? That is WAMIS. WAMIS has been done with our perspective, accounts perspective. Now it has gone and we're very happy about it when Honorable CAG praises it. And across the states it is being emulated. It's a great pride for us. But question is that how we are empowered through it. Now WAMIS team is there. I do interact with them very frequently. I just want that whatever suggestions are from our side, how well we can do contract management. Why WAMIS will not generate prompts if the work, any work of any amount, any level of acceptance is not completed or not progressing as per the work program. The prompt should, the system should generate it. Because not possible for accountants or the auditors to come again and put a file that this work is going to lapse tomorrow or not. Why system should not be pulled in there? This is the space where we should, I think, we should diligently think, and definitely we can make an interference there so that system becomes of some use for us also. Thank you.
Yes, it requires some time, and it also requires the attention of the Rural Works Department. They are the nodal authority of WAMIS. So if it will present it to them, they can also study and take necessary action.
Sir, very small intervention. Work program is there, monthly bill has to be 30. Work program is both physical as well financial. The moment financial is not achieved, the very next day, the bill month passes by, one prompt should be come out. This prompt will form the judgment. It will go through agency as well to us. Now this never ever contractor will dare to go in court and say that I had not been informed, or we will definitely give provisional EOT. If accounts, if the work is going to close before 15 days or 1 month, prompt will be there unless we give provisional EOT. If 1 month work is going and the work is behind schedule, no work should progress. Question is that we want to make system, but our perspective also had to come into play. And that will be more practical.
Actually, these should be incorporated WAMIS at proposal work stage. So all these financial data and all these programs, milestones, etc., everything should be there, and it should be also monitored by higher authorities.
Actually, I feel that जितने भी आपकी contracts हैं, different types of contracts, 10, 12, 15, 20 type का contracts हैं. And it is not that the works divisions or the forest divisions are doing the contract for the first time. They know their job. This type of work have been executed since last 70 years. So the contract agreement can be pre-formatted. And once that is frozen, then WAMIS can give a prompt. Because WAMIS fellows cannot draft the contract agreement. That requires the departmental officers to sit, freeze. If we are building a bridge, what kind of contract is needed? A different type of bridge, different type of contracts. So that kind of pre-formatted agreement needs to be prepared. Then only the variable data should be inputted through the WAMIS. Otherwise, it is not possible. And for that, the legal framework, some legal expert need to be taken. The way World Bank, IMF and all the multilateral agency they take. So this rests with the department, head of the department level ka kaam hai. And then WAMIS can take it into their system, and then it would be available for everybody. Suppose you want to do a culvert, then what kind of contract is needed for a culvert? You want to do a bigger bridge, then what kind of contract is needed? If you want to build a house or an office, what kind of contract is required? That should come automatically. But for that you have to do it in advance. आप खुद contract draft करके रखेंगे, उसके बाद उसको WAMIS में डाल सकते हैं. Thank you.
Adding to it,
सर मेरा सवाल वही एस्केलेशन सर जो 2019 का सर हेलो Sir.
No, just 1 second. Okay. He has given a good suggestion actually. When CDAC also can look into it, because it's easy for them also. You know, it's customizing whatever need at that point of time. You can reduce their workload. Basically, that's what he is ending at, and the tools are available with them. I think it's doable. Yeah, so we can think about it. Yeah.
Sir,
Can basically
some
improving the
initial
system.
works have already been done, sir, particularly regarding EOT and deviations. So a little bit extra, no? It will be a great beneficial for us, sir.
No, it's well taken. Your point well taken, and I think they'll consider that. You know, it's giving all the prompts possible, and even with case laws and you know, whatever possible things. It's not nowadays everything is possible actually.
Sir.
It's nothing difficult. Only thing is where to put what. That the CDAC will take care for WAMIS. Yeah. Final question.
सर वही एस्केलेशन के डिस्कशन के ऊपर सर पूछना चाहता
Bring
हूँ
it close to your mic.
कि सर जो 2019 का सर्कुलर आया उसमें एप्लीकेबिलिटी ऑफ एस्केलेशन सेकेंड पैराग्राफ में सर एप्लीकेबिलिटी में ये लिखा गया है कि जब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को ये नोटिस हो देयर इज अ वेरिएशन इन प्राइस देन ही शैल हैव टू गिव नोटिस विद इन 15 days. Is that clause sir mandatory or it is just a procedural? Is it कि उस ग्राउंड में हम किसी को एक्सेप्ट या रिजेक्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? पहला सवाल. दूसरा सवाल सर ये है कि व्हाट इज ए पीरियड ऑफ ए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. सपोज सर एक काम शुरू होता है और वो काम खत्म होने के बाद वो डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी हेलो हाँ, जो काम खत्म होने के बाद वो और उसके बाद वो सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट ले जाता है, उसके बाद shall we consider the contract to be closed or not? If we consider the contract to be closed, will we accept any defect, any kind of escalation claim or not after that? ये मेरा सवाल है सर.
No, there is a escalation clause in the WAMIS portal. So whenever you can give escalation till payment of final bill, so that clause bill will generate accordingly. If you take after final bill, it will not generate. You see, the bill escalation clause, you can get it through the WAMIS portal. There is a escalation clause available. So you can get that clause till payment of final bill. After final bill, next bill will not generate. First and final means second bill will not generate. So you have to see that escalation should be paid till payment of final bill. After payment of a final bill, no bill will be generated. May it be first and final bill or may it be 30th and final bill. So you have to prepare escalation during the final bill position.
दिन वाला
Actually, some people are paying escalation through HRs. That is also not acceptable.
सर फिर 15 दिन वाला जो नोटिस पीरियड है उसको क्या सर मैंडेटरी कंसिडर करें या दैट इज जस्ट ऑप्शनल?
ये जो 15 दिन वाला नोटिस पीरियड है नीचे लिखा हुआ है ई में एप्लीकेबिलिटी क्लॉज. यू हैव टू टेक डॉक्यूमेंट्स फ्रॉम द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, प्रोक्योरमेंट इनवॉइसेस, लेबर रिपोर्ट्स, पेड रेकरेंस रोल्स ऑफ लेबरर्स, एवरीथिंग यू टेक एंड यू कैन पे. व्हाट्स प्रॉब्लम?
नहीं सर, आफ्टर 15 days, if 15 days has passed and he failed to give notice, then what will happen?
Has he produced the invoices, procurement invoices, GST invoices, because we are paying GST at the rate of 18%. So he has to pay the GST invoices. That is written in the clause E. That circular, if you go to the applicability clause, clause E, everything is defined. He has to pay paid muster roll. Whether he will pay the enhanced wages to the laborers or will he take back all these wages from the laborers. So everything he has to pay, we have to examine the records, thereafter we release payment.
Sir, it means that after 15 days, if there are the vouchers are supporting that he has procured those items within 15 days, we can accept it.
During construction period, he has to cement or steel or bitumen, he will procure during construction period, not within 15 days.
No, 15 days notice period. When he sees that variation, मैं वो पूछ रहा हूँ सर. वो जो सेकंड पैराग्राफ में है एप्लीकेबिलिटी ऑफ एस्केलेशन क्लॉज
है, इसका नीचे तो लिखा है ई में तो एप्लीकेबिलिटी क्लॉज है ना. You can exercise that clause, applicability clause.
Okay.
So all the invoices should be provided to you. We want to verify those invoices because we are paying 18% GST. If he will not, if he will evade tax or if he will not pay GST, why we will pay 18% GST?
Sir, again, sir, small intervention, sir. Sir, actually,
I think we can close it and we'll have the. I think no more questions. Sir, we are running short of time. Sir, we can have the discussion during the tea time.
Sir, one more question.
That's it. Over. You want to give it one more? Yeah, one last question, yeah.
Recently, sir, Government of Odisha has changed the additional cost of royalty rate during the month of February. Now in Odisha, all the estimate has been made with the excess, enhanced additional cost of royalty. And they have already floating the tender, and tender is in evolution stage. Now the point is being detected. Now as per the government gazetted notification, we have to deduct the additional cost of royalty as per the gazetted notification, but the provision of royalty has been made excess in the estimate. How we can get it from this such difficulties? Sir, my point is that estimate is being framed with excess additional cost of royalty. But now, as per the gazetted notification, the royalty rate has been decreased.
Yes.
Now, our junior brothers has intimated the matter to the department, and department has no knowledge regarding the same. They are not taking care about the gazetted notification, how to frame estimate, what is the rate, and the problem is casually continuing. So, what sort of precaution should we take?
No, that is the case. That is not the new case. Previously, in the royalty case, the High Court has also established that whatever provided in the estimate, no undue benefit to be provided to the contractor. You know that the last escalation of royalty case, for 10% escalation, 10 to 14, 14 to next I have 40% escalation जो clause था, उसमें High Court का clear cut instruction है, no undue benefit should be provided to the contractor. That means if the estimate is in higher side, so deduction should be in higher side, because that has been provided to the rate. So why we will not deduct that rate?
Sir, during the year of 2014-15, whatever you are saying, the Chief Engineer directly directed that they are entitled to get that in the Works Department. Now, as per the gazetted notification, the contractor has no right to know that what estimate, what amount has been put in estimate. And as per the gazetted notification, he has filed the tender.
No, that in that circular also, in that court order also, no undue, that has been reduced. But in that circular, it has been written. Actually, in some cases, our divisions have also, some of the divisions, they have also acted. Sunil, I think you have acted in that royalty case. Sunil has acted. He has not provided benefit to the contractor. After that, High Court order.
I am not saying the individual case. When this is the problem is the present time. How to get it from such problem?
The same thing will apply. If it is added in the estimate, then we have to deduct. Because
the contract will automatically move to court.
Okay, the court will also say same thing. We can also cite that this is the judgment of the High Court where it is written that no undue benefit should be provided to the contractor. The same thing will come. If we will contest that case in a proper manner, court will give justice to us.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So thank you very much to all.
Sir, one last question.
No more last questions.
One last
over.
question.
We are running short of time. Actually, already exceeded 15 minutes
take
extra.
2 minutes.
We'll discuss during the tea time.
Hardly take 2 minutes.
Next, please. Next time. Next. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. It was a very interactive session, and now I request Sri Shiva Prasad Padhi, Chartered Accountant, to deliberate on the GST on WAS contract. Actually, he is a cost accountant, not chartered accountant. Thank you.
Very good evening, esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I attended the previous technical session and I am thrilled. Nevertheless, I have been given around 45 minutes time and I will be dealing with this particular topic. I'm a practicing cost accountant for last 2.5 decades. I'm a consultant to East Coast Railway for last 15 years. We are also consultant to many PSUs like Steel Authority of India Limited, GAIL, SAIL, RITES, JSW Group, MGM Group, few others. GST is one of our core area where we practice. And I'm sure whatever interactions we'll have today in this session will help you to maybe clarify some of your issues or queries or doubts, or maybe we can interact, because the interaction session that just preceded now was wonderful. So I'm also looking forward to such kind of interaction, but maybe I'll take around half an hour time to make my presentation. After that, we can go for interaction. I hope that is okay. And it's 4:05, so maybe around 4:50 we can continue with permission of chair. In fact, I'll be dealing with two topics. One is works contract, and in works contract, compliance of provision relating to GST TDS is also an intrinsic part of that. So I'll be dealing with both. You people are very lucky in the sense you are not a registered taxpayer for making outward supply. You are only registered as a TDS deductor being a government undertaking. But when we look at railway, I'm associated with railway for last 15 years. It's very, very difficult. We pay around 150 crore tax every month. But still, we are facing audit, we are facing number of notices, DGGI investigation and whatnot. And almost all provisions of GST law is applicable to railway, which is a government department, postal department, same issue. But you are in fact lucky, because for you, compliance to GST law is pretty limited. So that gives me a comfort to deal with the session. Now, works contract is one of the very significant provision of GST law. As such, if you scan the entire GST law, 70% of it is input tax credit. Thankfully, you are not into that. Input tax credit, neither you are availing, or it only depends on the contractor and subcontractor and down the line, the suppliers and all. Thankfully, that rule is not applicable to you. So I will discuss it from the perspective of a government undertaking, the meaning of works contract. There are very few technicalities in works contract which I'll discuss, and then I'll move on to the provisions of TDS and the difficulties and critical issues that must be ensured that it has been complied duly by an office like you. Now, when I come to, in fact, I had pointed out around 12 plus maybe around another 17 issues, and I will try to touch upon these 17, 18 issues only. I will not digress. Now, when we discuss about works contract, please appreciate section 2, subsection 119 of the CGST Act defines it. Works contract is defined as a term. Now, when we look at this definition, there are certain activities prescribed, right? Building, construction, fabrication, completion, erection, installation, fitting out, improvement, modification, repair, maintenance, renovation, alteration, commissioning. Only these activities can amount to works contract, not any other activity. This is an inclusive definition, right? Any activity pertaining to this will only amount to works contract. Don't get confused. There is a term repair also, but only these activities will not amount to works contract. These activities pertaining to an immovable property. We know what is an immovable property. There are many case laws. I'll not make it very technical, not really quite important for you, but all these activities must be pertaining to an immovable property. Otherwise, it will not be works contract. And the most essential ingredient or characteristics of this is that there must be transfer of property in goods. by the supplier to the recipient. Otherwise also it will not be works contract. So the ownership is getting transferred, and when these activities are conducted in the context of an immovable property, then only it will amount to works contract. Otherwise it's not a works contract. Samarendra sir was showing us a list of contracts, right? I hope you have seen that, and you people are dealing with many of those contracts in your day-to-day work life, but all those contracts are not works contract, right? Works contract means pertaining to an immovable property, any kind of this kind of activity, and the ownership is ultimately getting transferred to your organization, right? Now, these are the essential ingredients when we think about works contract. Contract, of course, Samarendra sir has discussed in detail. I'll not discuss more about it. It can be in many forms, whether BOT, BOLT, he gave us many different type of contracts which you go through. Then it must be relating to immovable property like land, building, maybe any structure or fixed assets which are attached to earth. There are Supreme Court judgments which has dealt with the definition of immovable property. In one of the case, it was held that the towers, telecom towers, are actually not immovable properties, because the Honorable Supreme Court appreciated the fact that it is actually built on a foundation and fitted with bolts and all, which can be actually taken out later, so it is not immovable property. But otherwise, land, building, and anything which cannot be detached from the earth is termed as immovable property. Specified activities we have discussed. There is no definition of any of this specified activity. It has to be understood from its legal connotation and general meaning. Transfer of property of goods, very clear. The property must be transferred after completion of the work. Otherwise, it is not works contract. And it is a service, and it is a composite service, composite supply. That means it includes goods as well as service, but works contract per se is categorized as a service, as per Schedule 2. Now, there are many contracts which do not fall into the definition of works contract, right? When we talk about supply of goods, it's not a works contract. When we discuss about a pure service contract, like maybe a structural engineering consulting or an architectural designing work or any kind of due diligence or evaluation, those are not works contract. Annual maintenance is not works contract. Any prefabricated modules that can be assembled and disassembled at various sites are also not works contract. So, construction of any movable structure like ship, aircraft, etc. are also not works contract. For you, all this discussion might not be quite directly impacting, but I am discussing it from a very wider perspective so that you can have a clear understanding about the coverage and ambit of works contract. This definition again I'll skip, but yes, I'll only tell you that the term goods and services has been defined in the Act. The Act defines goods as anything which is movable. Any immovable property is not goods. Anything which is movable is goods, except money and actionable claim. There are very few specified actionable claim which are again specified as goods, but otherwise goods means any kind of movable property. Immovable properties are not goods, right? And anything which is not goods is service. The definition is very simple. I'll not take you through very technicality of it, not required actually for you. I have already discussed this, so I'll not discuss this. Now coming to rates. You, all of you, I'm sure, are quite conversant with the SSC code, the type of service that you avail from a contractor in form of any works contract or any other form of contract, and the rate applicable, right? But there are two major rates now, 12% and 18%, right? 12% and 18% rate. I will not spend more time discussing about the rates. I hope it is quite clear to you. If you have any question, that we can interact during the interaction session. But otherwise, works contract, we know that the rate for some works contract it was 5% for some time. Later on it was revised by a notification, and now we have two major rates, either 12% or 18%. At the time of awarding a contract, you decide what is the applicable rate of GST and include it in the contract document, agreement. Now, there is something called original works, because if you read it, if you go through the first item, it says construction of road, bridge, tunnel, airport, railway, metro, monorail for central or state government or local authority, right? If the end user is central government or state government or any local authority, and if it is an original work, rate is 12%. I'm really not very sure whether you deal with such kind of works contract or not, but if at all, then it would attract 12%, right? But the condition is it must be original work. There are disputes. There are disputes at different levels. It has been addressed by various psychos and all. So what amounts to original work, right? So from general understanding, you can say that original work means for the first time it is constructed, it is not, there is no existing setup or property which is remodeled, redesigned, or remade or reconstructed. You are right, but you have to in every case you have to be very carefully understand and analyze whether the works contract that you are going to award is a original work. If it is original work pertaining to this kind of services on behalf of any state government, central government or local authority, then it is 12%. And the nature is to be determined considering the situation, right? Now, government authority and government entity, I think there is no doubt NHAI in particular is a government authority, right? Government authority. So there is a notification which has very clearly explained what is a government authority, what is a government entity, and what is a government department, right? So you being a government authority, you different provisions are applicable to you like GST, TDS and all. Nevertheless, you do not have a GST-IN. I came to know about it, that you have taken a GST TDS deductor registration on the basis of a TAN number. Right. Now, this immovable property, the place of supply is very important. The rule is very clear, the provision is very clear. Wherever the immovable property is located, that is the place of supply. The contractor who will raise invoice on you will depend on the place of supply. It is a state-specific tax, and I'll just try to explain, and correct me if I'm wrong. Let's say a contract is awarded wherein a road 40% is constructed in Odisha and 60% is, let's say, constructed in Chhattisgarh, right? How do you address this? In my opinion, and as per my understanding, there are two bills, two invoices has to be raised actually by the contractor. Because the place of supply, that 40% road which is in Odisha, place of supply is in Odisha. 60% road which is in Chhattisgarh, place of supply is Chhattisgarh. Immovable property, wherever the immovable property is situated, that is the place of supply, right? There are disputes. Of course, the number of disputes has come down after 8 to 9 years, but still people don't understand place of supply, the importance of place of supply much. So if at all you have awarded a works contract, ensure that wherever the immovable property is located, that is the place of supply, and accordingly either IGST or CGST, SGST is to be charged by the works contractor in his invoice. In case if you have any question, we'll interact. I'm assuming that all of you are quite well versed with the basic provisions of GST, so I'm just discussing the fine print of it. Supplier can be from a different state. In works contract, supplier can be from a different state. Initially, there was some confusion when GST was introduced in 2017 July, but later on it was cleared that it can be an interstate supply, right? For example, contractor from Delhi can actually execute a work in Odisha and can raise IGST. You all might have experienced that. And this one I have already explained, third one. Now comes the time of supply. When the invoice will be raised by the contractor is also very important, right? The invoice rule along with the time of supply rule is to be very, one must have a very clear understanding, right? The invoice rules say for a service at the time of providing the service or within 30 days, invoice is to be raised, right? But time of supply rule says, in case advance is received by the contractor, works contract being a service, any advance payment made to contractor, that is the time of supply. I don't know whether it is very strictly followed by organizations like you or not, but in case of advance payment made to a supplier of service, for example, a contractor who will be executing a works contract, and he'll be giving us the work maybe in future. If at all we give him any advance, I repeat, any advance, you call it mobilization advance, you call it any term you give, GST is applicable. Time of supply rule says that. Even if he doesn't raise an invoice, he has to raise a received voucher. There is a document called receipt voucher and payment voucher as per GST law. He has to give you a received voucher. Let's say advance amount is 1 crore, GST applicable rate is 18%, then actually 1 crore plus 18 lakh is to be actually paid to him, minus all deductions like GST TDS or income tax TDS as the case may be. Are you getting my point? So that is something which time of supply rule tells us, right? Then comes the valuation. Valuation is the contract price actually, right? When we say transaction value, it is the amount which recipient receive from the supplier. Whatever money that we pay ultimately to the contractor, either in terms of money or money's worth, right? That is the transaction value on which GST is to be paid. I'm sure at the time of raising invoice, it is his botheration. He's taking care of this valuation aspect, but you must know at what value he is raising invoice to you. There are few issues. For example, retention money and liquidated damage and security deposit refundable, right? Security deposit refundable, right? Is GST applicable on this? Answer is no, because it doesn't amount to supply. It is refundable, right? Next comes retention money. You are deducting some amount from his running bill, right? Let's say the past amount is 1 crore. Bill past amount is 1 crore, right? And deduction is, let's say, 10%, maybe in form of retention or whatever. You have many forms of deduction. Deduction is 10%. So 1 crore less 10% comes to 90 lakhs. Question, whether he will raise invoice on 90 lakhs plus GST or 1 crore plus GST. Is the situation clear? The bill amount is 1 crore. Deduction in certain forms, which will be made by you, is 10%. You will deduct and retain 10%. Many different types of deductions, which you know better than me, right? Now, you will pay him net 90 lakhs. But what will be the invoice amount? 1 crore plus 18% or 12% as the case may be, or 90 lakhs plus 18% or 12% as the case may be. Any one answer. Bill amount is 1 crore. Undoubtedly, the invoice is to be raised on 1 crore only. Very often, sir, earlier also it was happening. Now I don't know whether it is happening or not. After getting an invoice, the bill passing executive and the office, they used to do a lot of overriding on the bill. They used to change a lot of figures on the bill. Sorry, law doesn't allow you to change anything on the invoice which has been raised by a registered taxpayer. There is a provision of debit note and credit note which he can give. I repeat, if at all the taxable value for a particular supply is to be increased, the contractor will give you a debit note. Debit note, there is no period of limitation. At any point of time, debit note can be given. But let's say he raised an invoice of 1 crore. Later on, he found that actually it is not 1 crore, it should be 80 lakhs. The taxable value is to be reduced. For that, he has to give a credit note to you. That credit note has got a time limitation. That credit note can be given by only the supplier, that means the contractor, on or before 30th November of next financial year, right? After that, he cannot give credit. He is not authorized or he is not allowed lawfully to issue a credit note to you. So these are the few things which are very important in the context of works contract. So you have to be very particular when you get a debit note or a credit note from a contractor. No doubt you are not paying 1 rupee as output tax or outward tax liability to government because you are not registered as a regular taxpayer, but you have to follow the provision of the GST law to that extent. Another thing is free supply. Of course, I have a separate discussion for that. To be very honest, I haven't studied your contract documents, right? Whether in some of the contract documents your organization issue any free issue of material or not. If at all, then the valuation is to be properly addressed. The valuation issue is to be properly addressed. If there is no free issue of material, then it's fine. But if there is free issue of material, whether the value of the material issued free of cost to the contractor is to be included in the invoice or not to be included in the invoice, that must have been very clearly mentioned in the contract document itself. It will not be a part of the invoice value if in the contract it is mentioned that, okay, the contract value all inclusive or contract value plus tax is this, which is very clearly defined, and we will give you this material as per this schedule, as per this date to you, which will not be a part of my contract cost. If that is very clearly mentioned in the contract document, that will not be added to invoice value. Otherwise, any free supply of material or even service given to the contractor is to be added to the taxable value, and he should also raise his invoice, not netting off or adjusting, but adding it to his invoice. Okay, I'm not referring to the circulars and all. You can go through different issues. We are facing many number of disputes which contractors, many contractors have got demand notice from the department on different issues, and this discussion is based on that particular experience which I got during the last few years. Okay, retention money. I was discussing like 10% you have deducted. Now, if you have not considered that 10% while making the invoice payment, let's say he has made his invoice on 90 lakh, let us assume, which is not correct, though, 1 crore less 10%, let's say he made an invoice of 90 lakh and charged GST on 90 lakh. Then when you will again refund him his 10% later on, during that time, the GST provision is applicable, TDS provision is applicable, which I'll discuss during the time of discussing GST TDS. Of course, now I will discuss more about TDS for the next 12 minutes. So just to summarize about works contract, for you as an end user, as an executive, as a DDO, you have to ensure the rate, the invoice adequacy, the time of supply, and the place of supply, the debit note and credit note, in my opinion, and the valuation aspect. These are the 6 or 7 aspects which are to be very carefully examined by you as far as a works contract bill passing is concerned. Okay. Now, come to GST TDS. This is probably the only GST provision which is applicable to a government department like NHAI, PWD, and others. Now, we all are very clear about the applicability of GST TDS, section 50 of the CGST Act. It says, wherever the taxable value of a contract exceeds 2.5 lakhs, then GST TDS provision is applicable. TDS rate is fixed 1% plus 1% or 2% for IGST. There is no question of any short deduction of TDS like it used to happen in VAT regime or even pre-GST tax regime. There is no possibility of any applying any short rate for TDS. It is only 1% plus 1%, 2%. Applicable when the taxable value of a contract exceeds 2.5 lakhs. Even if you are making the entire payment at one go or making part payment of that, GST TDS is applicable, GST TDS is to be deducted. This is over and above or in addition to the income tax TDS and other deductions, right? You all are aware. Now, what will happen if we deduct TDS on invoice value? Example, let's say taxable value is 1 crore, TDS, GST is 18%, 18 lakhs, invoice value is 1.18 crore. We discussed that GST TDS is applicable on 1 crore taxable value, right? Now, what will happen if you deduct TDS on 1.18 crore? Is my situation clear? Taxable value is 1 crore. GST is 18%, 18 lakh. invoice value is 1.18 crore. You are supposed to deduct GST TDS on 1 crore only. That is what the provisions say. Because the value should exclude CGST, SGST, IGST and cess. Any other tax or duties, if at all paid to him, then that would be that should be included. Right? So now, please answer this question. 1.18 crore is the invoice value. Let's say, inadvertently, you deducted 2% GST TDS on 1.18 crore. What would be the recourse? Is it okay? You should forget, you should leave as it is, or you have to do something? Am I not connecting to all of you? Yeah? Any one answer? You deducted TDS on invoice value. Instead of taxable value, you deducted TDS on invoice value. What will happen? And what is the course of action, corrective course of action that you have to take, if any? No answer. Okay. First of all, yeah. Ma'am, could you please switch on your mic and say, you're not audible.
Mic.
It is also not a reading. We'll go for revision, sir.
Okay, let me.
It is excess deducted, no?
Okay, let me answer.
During filing of the return, it will be rectified.
During time of?
Filing, during the...
You have already filed the return. GSTR 7 has already been filed by 10th of next month.
So the work value has been increased.
Sorry?
Proportionately. Work value has been increased proportionately.
Okay. I'm not getting your message very clearly, but let me discuss to save time. Now, let us say you are very correct. If the return has not yet been filed, you can make a correction before filing the return, very correct. But let's say return has already been filed. It is in no way going to hit the cash flow of the contractor. I repeat, the working capital or the cash flow of the contractor will not at all be hit, even if higher amount has been deducted as GST TDS from his payment. Now, instead of 2 lakhs, you have deducted how much? 2.36 lakh from his payment, right? So 36,000 you have deducted more and you have deposited more. So it is in no manner or in no way going to hit his cash flow adversely. But there is a huge problem awaiting for the contractor in form of dispute, which will be raised automatically by the system after completion of 1 year based on the TDS data by the GST authority. He'll get a notice that, okay, you have been paid 1.18 crore, but you are showing in your books of account income to be 1 crore. So there is a suppression of material fact to the extent of 18 lakhs. So, sir was referring to 73 and 74 of Indian Contract Act 1872, but 73 and 74 of GST law, everyone fear. It talks about penalty, non-fraud case and fraud case. So they will simply demand penalty of 100% on 18 lakh. So it is not only embarrassment, but a lot of botheration for him. So be careful. Gone are those days. From 2018, we have been following TDS. I think this kind of mistakes must not probably have been done these days. Liquidated damages. Okay, let me discuss this also. We have faced this. Let's say contractor raised a bill of 1 crore, right? Passed for payment is also 1 crore, right? After all checking and inspection and verification and pricing agreement. Now, from 1 crore, you are deducting, let's say 20 lakhs. You are deducting 20 lakhs for some reason. Maybe sir said liquidated damages is not there, but I don't know. We still find in railway contracts liquidated damage is there, and recovery of many different forms for violation of contract clause is existing in many of the contracts. Now let's say you have deducted 20 lakhs. Out of 1 crore, you have to deduct 20 lakhs towards penalty or liquidated damage, right? Now the net payment that you will make him, 80 lakhs. But he will have to raise invoice of 1 crore. You will have to deduct GST TDS on 1 crore. Even if you are making payment of 80 lakhs, please appreciate the provision of TDS say on making a payment or making a provision in the books. Keep it in your mind. While making payment or crediting to the account of supplier, that means making a provision in the books of account. GST TDS provision is applicable, right? So what you are doing in your accounts, you are actually booking a net of 80 lakhs. After clubbing or adjusting that recovery of 20 lakhs, you are assuming in your accounts, let's say that 80 lakhs is what you will pay to him. But please appreciate the value of supply is not 80 lakh here. The invoice to be raised by the contractor should be 1 crore. GST TDS should also be deducted on 1 crore, not 80 lakh. GSTR 7 is filed by 11th of next month. We all are aware about it. There was a provision, still there is a provision, like income tax TDS certificate, Form 16 and 16A. There is a provision of GSTR 7A also in the GST law. But that has been dispensed with because even today, many of the contractors we find that they are not aware that TDS has been deducted from their payment. Even today, some of the contractors, small contractors, they don't know that they have to file a return, and upon filing that deducted amount comes to their e-cash ledger, which is as good as cash for them. They can utilize it for while discharging their tax liability. So 7A need not be given to them in physical form or soft copy form. It is auto-generated after filing the return by the recipient. Okay. The consequence of non-deduction, short deduction, and late filing of TDS return, right? 18% interest is applicable if there is a delayed payment of tax. I'm talking about GST TDS only. Let's say you deducted GST TDS in the month of January and you are reporting it in the month of, let's say April, and you are filing the return in April and paying the tax in April. In that case, interest is applicable at the rate of 18%. I don't know whether your good office pay interest suo moto or you are waiting for a demand notice to come or to pay. But take it for granted, the system has become very smart. The back office data of the tax department has become very smart of late. Today or tomorrow, they may generate a demand notice if there is a delayed payment of TDS. And it would attract 18% per annum interest rate. Now, for late filing of GST return, GST TDS return, 200 rupees, 100 plus 100, 200 rupees per day late fee is applicable, and it can go up to 10,000. Of course, in an office, only one person is responsible for filing the return. Maybe you can say that it is applicable only to him or her, but no, all of us must know this fact, that there is a late fee which can go up to 10,000 per return, and per day of delayed filing, the late fee can be 200 rupees per day. Penalty, let's say instead of deducting TDS, you have deducted TDS for A from A's payment, but I have deposited it in B's account. Might have happened. GST TDS deducted from A's account, A, contractor A, right? But while filing the GST return, GSTR 7, inadvertently, you captured the GSTN of B. Happened or not? Many times it happened, right? What will be the recourse? Now the consequence is A will lose his 2% tax deducted. A will not get because it will not reflect in his portal, number one. Number two, you can make an amendment while filing the next return. Instead of GSTN of B, you can actually correct the GSTN of A, then A can file his return and take this 2% TDS. But for this, if you don't do, if you forget, and if the period of limitation expire, then the GST department can also levy penalty on you. Under section 122, penalty can also be up to 10,000 plus 10,000. For any minor breach, violation of law, non-compliance of GST provision, penalty is 10,000 plus 10,000 per violation. Please remember that. Advance payment I have already discussed. Many times we see that even Samarinder sir was telling, it is your duty to check whether the GST that you are paying is being deposited by him or not. That is what he probably said during his presentation. Very correct. Law has not given any mandate to you. Nowhere in the law I can find that law asks you to check whether the supplier pays tax to government or not. You have to see, or DDO has to ensure. No, not at all. But it is your responsibility as a DDO, as a payee, to ensure that if you are paying tax which should go to government exchequer, that has been duly paid or discharged by the contractor. I am 100% sure all of you must be checking the GSTIN of the contractor in the GST portal to find whether he is registered or not, whether his registration is valid or not, whether he has filed return till last month or not. Upon confirmation only, probably you are processing his bill and paying. Let's say you haven't done that. You haven't checked whether the contractor is registered, or his license has been cancelled in the meantime, or he is registered as a composition supplier, example. And you have released the payment, you have made the GST payment to him. Then there is every possibility that the GST amount which you have paid will not reach the government exchequer, because he has not filed the return, his registration has been cancelled. How can he file return and how can he pay tax? Of course, if he decide to do that, it will go to the government exchequer. Otherwise, it is a lost money. So what usually we suggest to our clients and people in general is, before processing any invoice, make it a mandatory check from the common portal about the status of the taxpayer, the return filing status of the taxpayer, and the taxpayer status, whether it is regular or composite. Then only you can take a chance. Of course, in most of the contract documents, we include a clause. If you fail to file return, if you fail to discharge your tax liability, will recover it from the contract value. Because there, the client avail input tax credit. In your case, you are not availing input tax credit, so you will not bother. But as a government enterprise organization, you have to do that. Okay. Most of the points I have discussed. Then last 2-3 points I'll discuss. I don't know whether you have received this kind of letter. Look at the right side one, right? DRC 13. I don't know whether your good office in any occasion has received this kind of letter from the tax authority or not, but at railway and at some other PSUs, we receive this kind of communication from government tax authority very often. Law has given the tax officer a power. They have given a power under section 79 to attach properties of defaulters. Let's say one of your contractor, whether you have paid him GST or not paid him GST, he has reported about supply in his GSTR 1 and failed to pay the tax in GSTR 3B. Then the officer has power to attach his property, including bank accounts, and under this DRC 13, he can give a notice to an office to deduct and deposit the due amount in government account instead of paying it to the contractor, right? So if at all you get this kind of communication from the tax authority, please don't neglect it or underestimate it. I'll just share a situation, what happened. In one of the situation, one office did not respond. One letter came, they did not act. Second letter came, they did not act. By that time, they had already released some of the payment to contractor. Then ultimately, the tax authority issued a summon to the head of the organization to appear in person and held him responsible. Because when there is a direction, an office has to abide by. This is the provision of law. So please be very particular if you get any communication under this REG 13 from a tax authority. Because your contractor has defaulted, if at all any payment is due to him, then if they direct you to deduct a particular amount from his payment due and to pay him directly, you have to do that, right? I'll just share one of my opinion which I gave to railway. This is a case wherein a contractor continuously took payment for last 6 years. GST was paid to him, he raised invoice, Very cunningly, he was filing GSTR 1, so it was showing in their GSTR 2A, but he was not filing GSTR 3B, and he was not paying tax to government. Now, the total due amount came to around 2 crores. Small contractor. Total tax due was around 2.5 crores actually, right? And then, I was asked like what to do and all. Then I studied and I gave a detailed opinion, right? One question was, sir, can we liquidate his security deposit, which is available with us, and pay money to government? I said not required, because the provisions say any payment due to him. It is not asking to liquidate his bank guarantee or security deposit in any form and to discharge the amount. No, not required. Second question. Let's say 2 offices, Office A and Office B of NHAI. Notice comes to Office A, but he has also some work in Notice B. Can Office A intimate Office B to remit the amount to Office A so that Office A can pay to the government? Answer is yes. Answer is yes, if it is within the state. Beyond the state, not required. So these are some of the things which I think a DDO or every accountant who deals with GST particularly must be very well conversant with. It's almost 4:43, so I have taken my time. I will not cross my limit, though I had few other things to discuss, but still I would prefer to spend some time on interaction, and maybe in the due course I'll touch upon few other points.
Any questions?
I think Mr. Padhi has really given deep insights relating to GST, and we should make a video and then circulate this to all our officers, so that suppose some of them have slept through, they can refer it later and understand what you are telling.
Sure.
And
I was fast a bit. Yeah.
so that would be great, and not only that will be benefiting our officers, people all over the country can benefit.
Sure.
Because this is something they need to know.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on GST. And now I request our Principal Accountant General, sirs, to felicitate Sri Samarendra Patnaik and Shiva Prasad Padhi, sir. Shiva Prasad, sir, Cost Accountant. Now I request Principal Accountant General A&E, Odisha, to give his concluding remarks.
So finally, we are coming to the conclusion of the today's conference. I am very happy that all the divisional accountants and the engineering side participated in today's conference in great numbers. And since last year, this conference is giving us valuable inputs for the management of works accounts. It's a continuous improvement. And what I felt, I was interacting with Mr. Patnaik yesterday, that a lot of changes are required in the legal framework. One such example was, if you construct a building or a bridge or something, the structural design, the liability is only 3 to 5 years, which probably needs to be changed. In United Kingdom, UK, it comes around 20 to 30 years. Because suppose we are building this building and the useful life is about 70 years, and your structural design is only, the defect liability period is only 3 to 5 years, then suppose the pillars go after 3 years, nothing can be done. So, like that, there are many issues in public works accounts which is probably old enough to be reviewed, old enough to be changed. And the divisional accountants and in all the cadres who are managing the public works accounts, please compile your suggestions for improvement. The archaic laws, archaic rules, archaic procedures should be identified and replaced with relevant laws, relevant rules and relevant guidelines. If we do not do that, then the system will rot. And as I told you in the morning, with the active participation of Honorable CAG of India, Government of India is now providing 200 crores. 4 components is there. In each component, 50 crores is being given to each state for adoption of WAMIS and work-related integration between JAPNIC, IFMS and other things with WAMIS. So in this journey of integration, the divisional accountants will have to play a very, very significant role, because at the micro level, at the field level, it is you who is operating the system. So if you do not participate effectively and efficiently and timely, it will not be possible for any application software to be successful. And if I today ask, then let us continue the manual system. For example, you know how difficult it was to book a railway ticket during our student days. How difficult it was to book a cinema ticket earlier when there was no computerization. So, even aeroplane tickets, rail tickets, so many things. UPI, the things have made this kind of intervention have made our life easier. So now the core functions of government need to also be digitized so that we bring a transparent and effective administration to the people. The resources that we are collecting through taxes has to be appropriately used so that this country becomes a $1 trillion economy, and that is the dream of this government, The present government is doing all its, uh, uh, they are doing all their best to come to that, and we all must help the government, all the state governments and the central government to achieve this dream. And we at the field level, and we at the CAG's level and the AG office level, we are doing our level best, but the divisional engineers and the divisional accountants, they are supposed to implement this integration, these softwares called WAMIS, and Orissa is standing as an example for the entire country, as we could see today in the morning from the presentation of Vamini madam. So I request all of you that when you go back, not only you should implement all the modules of the WAMIS in your respective departments, but also help the forest department, handhold the forest department. We are forcing now the forest department to adopt WAMIS, because out of 102, only 12 divisions have adopted WAMIS so far, and rest of them are still very, very reluctant. So we have built their capacity. We are telling the highest level of the state government, finance and chief secretary and everybody, that the time of WAMIS for all the departments has come. All modules which have already been implemented in rural development department, rural works department, need to be implemented in other department as well. And AG Odisha will definitely play a catalytic role for the entire country. And as I told in the morning, we have trained around 6-7 states, and if more states are willing to come, we are definitely going to provide them the necessary capacity building and the exposure to our sister states, sister offices, and the divisional accountants all over the country. And please carry this message, spread among your friends across the states, and let us do the best. Thank you very much for taking your time, coming here and participating in this conference. I am really happy the way the discussion went on. Thank you very much once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I have been given the additional duty of vote of thanks, as our DAGs and senior DAGs are busy in other important works. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to close of the second annual conference of divisional engineers and divisional accounts officers, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks. At the outset, I express our profound gratitude to the esteemed CAG of India, who has came through virtually, and officers of the Office of the CAG of India for their constant guidance, encouragement, support in making this conference a grand success. We convey our sincere thanks to the Honorable Deputy CAG for her inspiring presence, valuable insight, visionary guidance, which have immensely enriched the deliberations of this conference. I extend heartfelt gratitude to our Principal Accountant General, sir, under whose guidance this conference could have been made and successful, and all the DAGs for their leadership, support, and active involvement in organizing and conducting this important event. Our special thanks are due to the Secretary of Rural Development Department and Finance Secretary, Government of Odisha, for sharing their valuable perspectives. I also place on record our sincere appreciation to the PAGs of Audit 1 and Audit 2, especially to Subbu sir, who has spent spared his total time for this conference, and Director General Eastern Region, and all officers from the Office of the CAG of India for their valuable participation, guidance, and technical inputs. We are indebted to the three speakers, Sri Samarendra Biswal, scientist, Sri Samarendra Patnaik, senior DO, Sri Sibo Prasad Padi, cost accountant, for the depth sessions and interactions. The true spirit of this conference has been reflected through the enthusiastic participations of the all divisional engineers and divisional accounts officers. Your active interaction, exchange of ideas, and professional commitment have made this conference highly productive and meaningful. And a very special note of gratitude is reserved for the General Administration Department, Government of Odisha, for generously sparing the Convention Center and extending all necessary support for the successful conduct of this conference. We are equally thankful to Finance Department, Government of Odisha for their cooperation and assistance. I also acknowledge with appreciation the efforts of the organizing committee, supporting staff, technical team, and every individual who worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure smooth arrangements and flawless coordination throughout the event. With these words, I once again thank all distinguished guests, delegates, and participants for their gracious presence and valuable contribution. Thank you. Thank you all. After the photo session, there will be an high tea. So first, please come to the front.